Testing 1, 2, 3 for the court reporter.
One, two.
The Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here this morning. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Today's hearing is an opportunity to conduct oversight of our nation's largest employer, the federal government. The U.S. Office of Personnel Management oversees human resource and personnel management policies for a workforce of over 2.1 million employees across this country, many of whom are in or near the Washington, D.C. area. 3 years after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, most of America has returned to in-person work. However, while the Capitol and congressional office buildings have reopened to the public and are back to in-person work, the same cannot be said for a large portion of the federal government. The President himself said during his 2022 State of the Union address, yes, last year, it's time for America to get back to work. People working from home can feel safe again and begin to return to their offices. That was what President Biden said. Clearly, the President has at least stated that this is a priority for the administration, and it's a priority for this committee as well. And yet, reports have shown that only 1 in 3 federal employees has returned to the workplace since the start of the pandemic. Returning to in-person work means returning to the core mission of each federal agency, which is to serve the needs of the American people. Unfortunately, casework backlogs and slow response times have become routine complaints since the pandemic. In the private sector, negative feedback is damaging to a company's brand and often leads to sweeping reforms to ensure that issues like these do not persist. When customer service plummets in the federal agencies, where can the American people go for redress? That's why we're holding this hearing today. Accountability, whether it's in the form of dismissing poor performers or modernizing merit-based hiring systems, must be a core feature of this discussion as we work to improve the functionality of government. Without the public's trust in knowing that the federal bureaucracy can and will be held accountable for the delivery of service, we will continue to see poor performers erode public confidence in the entire federal workforce at the expense of those federal employees who are putting forth their best efforts to serve. Additionally, recent reports have highlighted how lack of oversight in programs such as the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program have led to ineligible payments of between $1 and $3 billion annually. Could you imagine if this error were to occur in the private sector? It's important that we continue to ask tough questions and reflect on how we can do better, because that's when we start to see real reform. In fact, last year Congress passed the largest postal reform package in over 20 years with wide bipartisan support. I'm proud of what we were able to accomplish with my friends on the other side of the aisle, and I look forward to discussing the implementation of that bill later today as well. We have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of federal resources and to provide the best standard of service possible for the American people. We must work to ensure that the federal workforce can attract talented, service-minded Americans who work diligently and efficiently to deliver results for the American people. I look forward to hearing from Director Ahuja today on how we can work together to improve the federal personnel management system and hopefully create a workforce that Americans are proud and excited to be a part of. Director, thank you so much for being here to testify today. I now yield to Ranking Member Conley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing is about the federal government's most important resource, 2.1 million employees. Federal workforce's expertise and experience are the lifeblood of our government. Each day, the Office of Personnel Management, led by today's witness, Director Kiran Ahuja, makes our government an efficient instrument of the public interest by performing critical services, setting government-wide policies to protect the merit system, administering the largest employer-sponsored health insurance program in the world, serving 8 million federal employees, retirees, and family members, processing retirement services for 2.5 million federal retirees and survivors, training federal leaders who hold our nation's most important civil service positions. This independent agency serves the people who serve the people. Federal civil servants live in every state. They work in every congressional district. In fact, 80% of the federal workforce works outside of the Washington metropolitan area. If you look behind me, you'll see OPM's heat map of federal employees showing a head count of where federal employees work in each state as of September 30th. And just a few examples that might be particularly pertinent to our committee. 24,572 work in your home state, Mr. Comer, Kentucky. 84,142 work in Georgia. 107,143 work in Florida. 158,121 work in Texas. So you can see the dispersal of federal employees throughout our districts and throughout the country. They build rockets, inspect food supplies, provide medical care for veterans. They help small businesses thrive. They support our military. And as you can see in this photo, they help rebuild communities all over America in the aftermath of natural disasters. For too long, OPM and the federal workforce it serves have been the target of baseless political attacks. Upon taking office, for example, Mr. Trump attempted to abolish OPM entirely. As chairman of the Government Operations Subcommittee at that time, I made sure that we built bipartisan opposition to that plan, including my friend, Mr. Meadows, who subsequently became the Chief of Staff to President Trump and helped us make sure we put a period on that bad idea. Once that plan failed, many continued to denigrate federal employees, disparaging them as the deep state and fueling violent threats against federal workers. They sought to eliminate collective bargaining rights and attacked our federal union partners and made a mockery of good faith negotiations. These attacks left OPM scrambling to fill critical leadership positions after scores of experienced officials left the agency. These reports are indeed profoundly troubling at a time when we need to restore the bonds of trust after efforts to shut down the government and demonize our own workers have failed. OPM must be the model employer of the federal government and never be hiring individuals who have well-documented histories of workplace misconduct. I agree with my friend the chairman and my Republican colleagues that these reports raise important questions that must be answered by OPM. My request for Ms. Ahuja is that, to the extent you are unable to discuss personnel decisions in this public forum because of the agency's ongoing internal probes, that we immediately set up a time to meet with members of this committee to find solutions to appropriately address those two particular hires, and more importantly, to establish procedures and protocols to ensure we can avoid that happening in the future. While I would hope that two problematic hires would not be used to smear the remarkable and indispensable work of 2.1 million civil servants, I hope my colleagues will resist that temptation. At the start of this Congress, many sought to roll back federal telework to pre-pandemic levels, regardless of evidence and data showing that telework was in place for many years before the pandemic, and it's been, by and large, a significant success. Telework policies saved the federal government money, approximately $1 billion, and reduced real estate costs for federal building and space. So I look forward to this hearing today. I look forward to examining how we can make the workplace safer so that federal workers can return to work. And I, of course, introduced legislation to do just that, the Chai Sunamant bill, named after the late constituent of mine who worked at Quantico who died from COVID because there were no protocols in place. I also look forward to working, I hope, with the chairman on my internship bill that I think will help streamline and further professionalize the opportunity for people to serve the federal government. I thank the chair and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'm pleased to introduce today's witness, Director Kiran Ahuja.
Ahuja.
Yes. Who has testified before the committee in the past. We're grateful that she joins us here today. Director Ahuja serves as the Director of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management and has served in this capacity since her confirmation in June 2021. She previously served as OPM Chief of Staff from 2015 to 2017 and has over 2 decades of experience in public service and executive nonprofit work. I look forward to our discussion this morning. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise her right Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Again, we appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witness that we have read your written statement and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. You're a pro at this. I recognize the director to begin her opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to update you on the work of the Office of Personnel Management. I'm proud to lead this agency as we work to support federal employees, federal agencies, and federal retirees and their families. The nonpartisan career civil service is the backbone of the federal government and has been for over a century. It was established with the principle that even as presidential administrations change, a workforce with expertise and institutional knowledge would ensure the federal government continually delivers for the American people. Of the more than 2 million federal employees serving our nation, over 85% work outside the national capital region. They work in your communities as firefighters, police officers, researchers, medical professionals, and many other professions. Their expertise must remain safe from improper partisan influence. I recognize and appreciate the entire federal workforce for their dedication and commitment to mission and service to the American people. OPM's mission is to champion this diverse and talented workforce, and in doing so, position the federal government as a model employer. This means using the tools available to us to recruit and retain a talented workforce to meet agency's mission. Workplace flexibilities are one of those tools. While COVID-19 is no longer driving our workforce decisions, employers have updated tools and knowledge about managing employees in a hybrid work environment and the benefits to their customers. They have also seen the positive impact workplace flexibilities have on areas such as productivity, engagement, and diversifying the talent pool. To that end, OPM is focusing on how we can better assist agencies to meet their workforce needs. We are prioritizing data collection regarding workplace flexibilities, government-wide training for supervisors to better manage performance in a hybrid work environment, and further supporting agencies in making data-informed human capital decisions. And like the private sector, we are placing a strong emphasis on attracting a diverse workforce to the federal government. Diversity of thought and experience, geography and background, the American public benefits when the federal government fully embraces the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We must also deliver high-quality federal employee benefits, including the federal retirement program. OPM has been working diligently to improve customer service and modernize this program. But there is also a long-standing critical need to invest in moving from paper to a digital system. This is an important long-term effort to improve efficiency and better serve customers' needs. We can only accomplish this with the help of Congress. I know there is interest in discussing the other benefit programs that OPM oversees and the work we are doing as a result of the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022. I have addressed these topics in more detail in my written testimony and look forward to further conversation today. Before closing my remarks, I would like to briefly address news reports regarding 2 career officials hired by OPM. I understand and appreciate the concerns expressed here. These are highly sensitive personnel matters, and I'm not in a position to discuss the details of them today, but we are certainly happy to work with you on the closed briefing that you've requested. But I also want to be clear, these reports are alarming, and I and my senior leaders are taking them very seriously. We are conducting a thorough review of these matters, and we will take any steps needed to strengthen our hiring processes and to afford our public servants a safe, respectful workplace that is free from harassment. I consider that to be among my most fundamental obligations as a leader. With that, I thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to working with the members of this committee to advance OPM's efforts.
Thank you. We will now begin our questions, and the chair recognizes for first questions, Chairman of the Government Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Director, thank you and welcome today. Mr. Chairman, before we get started, I'd like to enter into the record two letters, a letter that I sent the director on March the 8th and what might be a memorandum that was sent out to her agencies on March the 7th. I'd like to enter those into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Director, thank you for joining us today. I hearken back to the things that Mr. Connolly said. This is not an attack against a group of people who work for the government. It's a direct conversation with people who make a determination about who's going to come to work. The circumstances of making sure the American people receive the things that their taxes have paid for, and that is a timely relationship with their federal government and agencies. And this committee, among others in this Congress, including members, are distraught with what we have seen as the corresponding work that would be produced by what I will say this administration or the federal workforce over the last few years. The federal government is not at work. The federal government is not producing the results that we think would be necessary. Forget going to passport office and finding out what a disaster that is. Try doing business with the State Department overseas. Try doing business with the IRS. Try doing business with day-to-day people who may be at SBA, OPM, and all these other organizations are taking advantage of, in my opinion, and I think our observations are, the American people. We respect this workforce, but there was a discussion that Mr. Connolly had with us about working in good faith. That good faith is a job with the benefits that you have chosen to speak about. We believe that. A regular, safe work environment. But coming to work is a critical part of providing that good faith back. So, Madam Director, I provided you a list of questions that I would be asking for you to discuss today. But I want to, on the high side, say that we believe this is being driven from an agenda that is high, not low. We believe that the behavior that is taking place in agencies, embodied by employees, is one where they say, we're entitled to telework, and we're doing that. And we, as Republicans, a member of this committee, get that. We understand that. However, when we look at the performance, more people are on telework than are actually allowed by the guidelines. And we do not believe that this administration is up to this opportunity to effectively have the federal government work. So, you got 2 minutes left here. Please take on question number 1, because that is an important question that we have in the letter that I sent you. And if you need for me to refresh that question, please let me know.
Sure. Thank you very much, Congressman. Let me first say that COVID-19 no longer dictates workplace arrangements. We have, throughout the pandemic, more than 50% of the workforce showed up every day and continues to do so. I would like to also say that in the 2022 FEVs, almost 60% of the respondents indicated significant in-person time. Now, just as a pointer here, more than 85% of the workforce works outside of the national capital region. But with that, since really before reentry and planning reentry, we were very clear with agencies in a memo from OMB, OPM, and GSA that agencies needed to consider their organizational health and performance when it comes to workplace arrangements, and to ensure that those workplace arrangements supported the performance within their organization.
So, Director, what's going to happen in my remaining time is we want to make sure that you have the visibility, I assume through, among others, your payroll system, to have the visibility to know actually what is going on. So the bottom line of today is we see government inefficiency. We think it's time for the needs of the business, and I was involved in the private sector for almost 20 years, the needs of the business should dictate the ability of this administration to get people back to work just like the free enterprise system. I look forward to engaging you from my subcommittee chairmanship role and our subcommittee on a bipartisan basis. Looks forward to being with you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Conley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hooja, picking up on Mr. Sessions' questions, I guess I'm confused. Is it accurate that nobody's going to work? No one's in the offices? IRS is not staffed, Social Security is not staffed, Passport Office is not staffed. How in the world are we functioning as a government?
Ranking Member Connolly, people have been going to work. They've been working throughout the pandemic, and they've been able to utilize the workplace flexibilities to continue to do so.
And so has guidance changed as the pandemic has improved?
Well, certainly COVID-19 no longer dictates the workplace arrangements. We've been very clear with agencies since before.
All right, so if that's the case, what is the current guidance about our expectations of you showing up for work?
Our guidance is that agencies need to ensure that their workplace arrangements support the organizational performance and ensuring they can deliver on mission for the American people. And they need to determine, if that is not the case, whether it's looking at telework or other things, what changes they need to make. That is the current guidance that's been in place since June 2021, and it is the conversations that we are also having at the leadership level that we continue to emphasize.
But, for example, the President has said, I'm going to end the national emergency with respect to the pandemic in May. Does that change your policies? Are you drafting new guidelines for employees in light of that?
No, we're not. We are simply emphasizing what we've been emphasizing since the beginning, is that to utilize these workplace flexibilities so they can serve agencies. We have seen in a number of cases where telework has actually improved productivity, improved performance. Employee engagement scores are actually tied to and actually have much higher scores for teleworkers. So again, this is really not, this is about analyzing every agency in its unique space and the work that they do to determine how best they can deliver on mission.
I understand that, but I will tell you, if the President of the United States is saying the emergency is over, I assure you my friends on the other side of the aisle, probably joined by a fair number of people on this side of the aisle, are going to expect that the workplace requirements change with that change, without dictating what those are. But the same guidance can't be true in June of this year as was true in, say, the depths of the pandemic in early 2020. I also think, and you can corroborate this, but there's a distinction, is there not, between an organized, overseen, managed telework program versus near universal remote working because of a pandemic. Those are two different things. Is that not correct?
Absolutely, and I think what you do see across, and you can look at the FEVS 2022, is a mix of situational telework, remote work, and in-person work. I'd like to remind this committee again that throughout the pandemic and still now, more than 50% of the workforce shows up in person every day. In my opinion, FaceTime is not a proxy for performance. We actually need to utilize these workplace flexibilities in order to take advantage of what we've learned throughout the pandemic, that we've actually seen greater engagement by employees. We've seen increased productivity and performance. And I'll tell you also, because I know the Congressman mentioned what other data are we collecting, and we've actually just released or announced a new data variables that we're going to collect that will give us more granular data on telework and remote work for agencies to be able to use to discern productivity, performance, recruitment, and retention.
So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record at this point the report of the National Academy of Public Administration on elevating human capital and the report by Micah Cross called Transforming the Federal Workplace.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the chair. In the brief time left, could you comment a little bit? I've introduced legislation to try to codify the recommendations herein. How have you looked at that, and what are you doing to try to implement those recommendations? And I will yield back after Ms. Ahuja responds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Connolly, are you talking about the OPM Reform Act or the NAPA report?
Yeah, the report I just entered in the record from the National Academy.
Okay, yes. So specifically about the NAPA report, we've been using that as really a barometer for the work that we've been doing inside the agency. We've tied really every recommendation. We've pretty much concurred with every recommendation and incorporated it into our entire strategic plan. So it is about positioning OPM as the strategic human capital leader in government, and we are very much doing that in the work that we're doing with agencies, as well as the work and our relationships with the Chico Council, which I know that you consider very important, Congressman.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here. And I also thank your office for recently responding to a letter I wrote concerning delays in the processing of retirement paperwork for Customs and Border Protection employees. When 13 of my colleagues and I wrote to you in November, we outlined issues facing our constituents, some of whom were experiencing delays as long as 13 months for the processing of their retirement paperwork, and individuals who were receiving partial monthly payments as low as 13% of their full annuities while they waited for their paperwork to be completed. That's outrageous. When these retirees contact their members of Congress for assistance, our staff are directed to submit casework to a congressional portal, which may as well be a black box. I appreciate that OPM took some time to provide briefings to staff earlier this week. However, my team reports that OPM staff provided conflicting information on current processing times, refused to provide an update on the existing backlog, and referenced the hope that OPM will onboard 2 additional staff by the end of the fiscal year. In short, we came away very dissatisfied. Requests for updates on actual cases by email and phone go unreturned, and our constituents feel like no one can help them. I'm going to read to you now some recent communications to my office. I've redacted the identification so they won't face retaliation, which is one of their big fears. From just a couple months ago, quote, "Here's a data point to consider if you're considering retiring anytime soon. My last day was a year ago. I'm still waiting for my back pay and my full monthly retirement payments. Calling OPM doesn't help. Contacting your congressman doesn't seem to help either." Another, OPM's response, if you get one, is this, quote, "OPM has recently received a significant amount of retirement applications. These applications are processed in the order in which they are received by OPM. We're diligently working to process these claims in a timely manner," close quote. Another, also from a couple months ago, "I guess I'll have to try to sell my house and extremely downsize my family's lifestyle. It's going to be hard because the housing market is starting to crash and mortgage rates are sky high. Going to be rough next 2 years. I have so many bills, urgent needs that need attention right now." Next one, quote, "Our sector's retirement SMSS recently told me if you've ever had a divorce, it has to go to a special OPM legal review, regardless of whether or not FERS/TSP is part of the divorce decree." Another, quote, "This whole retirement backlog is a special kind of FU to the people who have given decades of backs and knees to the country. Retirement calculations are just picking math. There's no reason to not at least get a partial out to someone within 30 days, close quote." Another, quote, "OPM has now advised me that they have finished my paperwork as of December. They have advised me that my first full monthly payment will be February this year. That will be 13 months from retirement to first full payment," close quote. Another, from last month, "It's official. I received my first full payment today, 13 months after I retired. I have a friend who retired before I did by a month or so and another who retired the same day I did. And the last I spoke to them, they were still waiting for their first full payment as well. So I'm guessing it's taking 14 to 15 months for some to receive full payment." Another, retired 6 months ago. First partial annuity, September. Still waiting on full annuity, but with divorce, I'm not hopeful of seeing any full annuity till 2024. Another, "I was hoping to get an update on the issues with the Office of Personnel Management and see if anything was ever corrected in writing. We discussed the extremely long wait times that Border Patrol agents specifically were waiting for their retirement checks. After several discussions with recently retired agents, it appears this problem is just as bad, if not worse. Morale is horrible, suicides are way up, close quote. Another, quote, this is one of the greatest stressors in my agency, especially the ones like me who are very close to retiring. We've given our lives at the expense of our families over the years to our country and agency, and we feel we are being screwed over badly, close quote. Now, Director Ahuja, something needs to be done here, and I want to know what your plans are to solve this problem.
Thank you, Congressman Biggs. I first want to say that I take these issues very seriously and very much feel for the responses that you've received from your constituents. We have had challenges, and we absolutely can do better, and we are working through those processes. I do want to say that at the outset during my confirmation a year and a half ago, I made a commitment to focus on retirement services. This agency is, as Congressman Connolly mentioned, has gone through a period of some serious challenges, most recently facing a dissolution before the beginning of this administration. So we have not had the resources, and I want to thank Congress for providing us a budget in FY23 that is giving us those resources in order to hire staff. I will tell you, we have improved processing times, and we are making a considerable dent in the inventory, and I have those data points. And we're making progress on digitization of our records, because it is a paper-based process, but it's going to take time to work through these challenges. But
And I appreciate that, and I'm going to have to yield back because my time has expired, but I would just say that I did not hear specific responses on how you're going to solve this, and these individuals who retire have given their life service to this country, they deserve immediate response. And quite frankly, I know people who've retired state level, and they don't wait. They just, as soon as their paperwork's processed, it's usually pretty quickly, they start receiving it. So we're going to have to get more direct answers, Director, and enough that I have to yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, D.C., Ms. Norton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask my questions, I want to speak about a couple of my constituents. First, Daniel Kim, a lifelong resident of the area whose parents immigrated from Korea. 2 weeks after he graduated high school, Daniel enlisted in the U.S. Navy and served faithfully for 8 years. Today, Mr. Kim works in Washington, D.C. as a supervisory business management specialist within the often overlooked General Services Administration. Mr. Kim helps agencies find ways to purchase the IT they need to perform their missions, and loves thinking about ways the federal government can better serve its customers every day. Another constituent is Greg Robinson, who oversaw the successful launch of the revolutionary James Webb Telescope, which helped us reimagine the possible and discover more about the origins of our universe. Mr. Robinson started working at NASA in 1989, helping to plan and organize missions into outer space. After helping supervise the James Webb Space Telescope mission that involved more than 10,000 scientists, engineers, and private sector partners, Mr. Robinson retired after more than 30 years of public service. I highlight my constituents because I want to remind everyone that federal employees do amazing work every day. And while many federal employees live and work here in the nation's capital, more than 80% do not. Federal employees live, work, and improve their communities in every congressional district, in every town across the United States. What makes the federal workforce the crown jewel of government is its nonpartisan expertise. Mr. Kim doesn't only help agencies that serve Democrats, he helps agencies that serve everyone who qualify for help. Mr. Robinson didn't build a telescope that only fueled the imagination of school children living in conservative-leaning districts. Mr. Aluja, what makes a nonpartisan civil service so important?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. I think it's important to emphasize that we've had longstanding policies across 26 presidential administrations set in stone 140 years ago that we should have a nonpartisan civil service and that it provides real benefits to the federal government. It allows the continuity of operations. It ensures that we have the expertise and institutional knowledge that's required in order to ensure that we are serving the American people as fully as possible. It is critical that we have individuals in our workforce who feel that they can provide frank feedback and tell us what's the best course of action to ensure that we are serving the American public well.
Well, what concerns would you have if Congress decided to replace nonpartisan civil servants with those who were political or even felt like they could be removed if they provided nonpartisan advice or expertise?
Well, I would say, Congresswoman, thank you for that question. My first concern would be that it's inserting undue political influence within the civil service. The civil service was set up to support federal agencies, to provide their expertise, to ensure, again, that we are focused on delivering the services, that there isn't, that their main mission, which they are very focused on, is the service at hand and the work they're doing in those agencies. Second, I would say that there could be real challenges around recruitment and retention of those individuals if there was fear that if they were in these particular positions, policy influencing positions, and they needed to provide frank feedback on their assessment of whatever sort of course of action, that they could do that without the fear that there would be some sort of retribution or disagreement. I will tell you, I, as a leader, am looking all the time for my team to tell me how it is and to ensure that I'm getting all viewpoints so that I know that I can make the best decision.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar of Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the Director Ahuja, did I say it right?
You did.
Okay. Now, the Office of Personnel Management has a two-pronged approach to reshape the bureaucracy into a woke force, totally bereft of conservative viewpoints. Now, let me go over the first prong. On February 15, 2023, OPM released and I quote, a diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility annual report for the first time. This means OPM is committed to hiring people not based exclusively on merit, but on uncontrolled physical characteristics like skin color and gender, or if you mistakenly believe you were born in the wrong gender. Now for the second prong. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record the following article by Hans von Spassky titled, Conservatives Need Not Apply Under Biden's Administration's Proposed Hiring Rules.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, the language in OPM's recent proposed regulations defines treason so broadly so as to disqualify the hiring of any applicant with a dissenting viewpoint. Instead of participating in race baiting and sexual discrimination and the persecution of conservatives, OPM should hire exclusively on merit and qualifications. Better yet, they should implement former President Trump's reforms that would reclassify a large amount of employees into a new category called Schedule F, which allows employees to be fired for poor performances. I'm also the sponsor of the Merit Act, which prohibits agencies from hiring based on anything other than merit. Now, why would I say that? You just made several comments. FaceTime is not a proxy for performance. So obviously we need to have that performance as a key to that process. Number two, you said it should be nonpartisan. So how are we taking out conservatives? And then we don't want undue political pressures. Well, if you're not having everybody's viewpoint, how can you come with a perfectly good solution? That's problematic for me. Now for my questions. Does the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program pay for the sex change of minors?
Congressman, thank you for that question. We have,
It's either a yes or no.
well, it's a difficult question to provide or yes or no, because we provide guidance to carriers to set up programs based on leading medical advice, scientific evidence, and those carriers determine the services that they provide. Now, I don't know the specifics of those services, and certainly wouldn't, because that's a conversation that would take place between a physician and his or her patient.
So let me ask you a question then. Do you believe that paying for sex change surgeries of minors is a good use of taxpayers' dollars?
Congressman, again, our focus is on providing advice to these healthcare carriers, and it is really dependent on the physician's medical advice to his or her patient.
No, but it also applies to you as the employer and the dictation of what the healthcare plan pays for. So, I mean, there's a tie here. So now let me ask you the next question. How old is the youngest person who's had a sex change surgery and has been reimbursed by the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program?
Congressman, I wouldn't know the answer to that question.
Would you get back to me?
Congressman, I am happy to talk with my team, but those aren't the type of details that we gather as a part of.
So it's part of a
OPM.
benefit package. I mean, I was an employer once, and so, you know, part of the payroll is your benefits package. And what is included in that benefit package means an awful lot. So, did you know that puberty suppressors and cross-sex hormones like estrogen and testosterone cause infertility? Are you aware of that?
Could you repeat the question again?
Did you know that puberty suppressors and cross-sex hormones like estrogen and testosterone cause infertility?
I was not aware, Congressman.
So does this research give you pause in your decision to allow these drugs to be covered by the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program?
Congressman, I do appreciate this line of questioning, and I do want to emphasize here, I'm not in the medical profession. We provide guidance through our healthcare and insurance department and the individuals who work there.
Well, once again, you made the magic word. You provide guidance. So there's a relationship here. So I would love to have those questions answered for us. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume of Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My thanks to you and Ranking Member Conley for calling us together for this hearing. And I want to try to cover a few things in the short time that I have. Madam Director, thank you very much for being here as well. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia made a point that all federal workers, despite what people think, are not here in Washington, D.C. In fact, I've got quite a few in my own district, whether it's the Veterans Administration, Health and Human Services with a large operation in Baltimore, the FBI, the Social Security headquarters are right in the center of my district. And what I have found in working with federal employees is that their positions can sometimes be misconstrued to suggest that they are not doing all they can, when in fact they are doing what they can while they can in every way they can to do their job. Federal employees, more than anything else, have no tolerance for other federal employees that are not doing that work, that give them a bad name, a bad title, a bad assumption. And fortunately, the American Federation of Government Employees has been working over and over again, year after year, to deal with those things that people don't understand about the federal workforce in order to make sure that they do. Now, I just want to say to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, who chairs the subcommittee of which I'm ranking member on, that I really look forward to having some dialogue with the director on the subject matter that came up earlier that I won't revisit. But I look forward to that. In fact, the gentleman from Texas and I are going to be holding hearings later on waste, fraud, and abuse. And I also want to commend the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, for working over and over again to put in place a bipartisan bipartisan OPM Reform Act, which I'm honored to co-sponsor, and the gentleman has made a point to make sure that he does in that bill all that we should do to help federal employees, but also to make sure that there is real efficiency. I don't know, Madam Director, if you're familiar with a bill that sort of came and died last year. It was the Bipartisan Preventing a Patronage System Act to make sure that we didn't have a situation where patronage was growing in the executive ranks by people who were holdovers from one administration or another. And I don't know whether OPM took a position on that, but I wanted to raise it. And Mr. Chair, I have in front of me letters of support for the new version of that from the National Federation of Federal Employees, the National Association of Assistant United States Attorneys, the Senior Executives Association, and the Partnership for America. I would ask unanimous consent that they all be entered into the record. Now, Madam Director, I don't have a lot of time left, but I want to get back to the early comments that were made here, which, if true, are very, very troubling. And they're troubling to Democrats and troubling to Republicans. And I know that you are somewhat prohibited from what you can say on the record in this open forum. But I would hope that you would take this next moment or two to let me know and to put on the record for those who may not know just what OPM's policy is for individuals who are engaged in racially insensitive or racially offensive conduct, as well as those who have allegations against them for being sexually insensitive, and those who have been found to have made anti-Semitic remarks and jokes and other remarks aimed at Latinos and Asian and Pacific Islanders. How are they treated, and how are those allegations treated?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. And let me say at the outset, like I mentioned in my statement, that I take these issues very seriously, and I'm committed to a workplace free from harassment. The reports are alarming to me as well as they are to everyone else, and they do not represent OPM values, nor do they represent, Congressman, the work that I have done in the past historically before coming into government. We are conducting a very careful and thorough review at this point, which is why I am not in a position to be able to share details, but would be happy to share more in a closed briefing. But as a part of that, and we continue to find ways to make improvements to our hiring processes, to our vetting guidelines, and so that is related to these two particular matters. I will say more broadly, we are a leader in supporting the efforts within this administration to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility. Our FEV scores, the new DEIA index within the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, has the government-wide score at 69%. We are above that at OPM. We have promoted employee resource groups, other opportunities for individuals to be able to express themselves, to support and promote differences, to create an environment that is fair and inclusive to everyone. And that is a goal of what we're doing inside what we call small OPM and what we seek to promote in the work that's captured in our recent DEIA report across government.
Okay, I would just ask, and I assume that that also includes sexual insensitivity and sexual allegations.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Congressman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gropeman for 5 minutes.
Sure. Maybe I missed these numbers in the beginning. Percentage-wise, how many of employees under your purview are working remotely now? And how many do you expect to be working remotely, say, 2 years from now when this, by any standard, COVID is past us?
Thank you, Congressman. Just for clarification, are you asking for numbers within OPM or broadly?
Broadly.
So the number that I quoted is first that this is based on FEV scores throughout the pandemic.
Yeah.
Was 50%, more than 50% come in, into the office every day.
Does
That's
that
what
mean
they're.
52% or?
I don't know. I know it's more than 50, but that's been the case. We have almost more than 2 million individuals in the workforce, and many of their occupations require them to be on site. And then the other data point is with the FEVS 2022, the respondents in that 60% indicated that they have significant in-person time in the office, which is a mix of being in the office
Okay,
and
so what's your
telework.
goal? What are we going to be at in 6 months? What is your goal? Say, what was it before this COVID began? What percent were not in the office before the COVID began and are teleworking, and what percent are we at now?
Well, Congressman, I don't know the numbers from before the pandemic. What I can say is that it significantly shot up, as we all know. Those numbers increased exponentially.
Okay,
but
you're still near 50% aren't back at work. I mean, I'll just tell you why it bugs me. In the middle of the pandemic, and I'm all for them, baby. I mean, I got a lot of manufacturing in my district. Sometimes the way I go home, I go through 3 cheese plants. Man, the parking lots are packed with people working third shift. I know somebody who's running a big packaging plant. Nobody ever took a day off. I mean, that's the way it is in the real world. And when we've been at this thing for 3 years, and 3 years, you're saying some people can't come to work. I mean, it's just an insult to the hardworking people of this country. And so I hope you give me the exact numbers. You should have the exact numbers anyway, of the people who 3 years after this thing broke are still working telework and you think should be or eventually will be back at work. Okay, and it does affect the quality of the work you do. Next question, merit is concerned. Again, how many employees do you think you guys supervise overall? 2 million, what did you say?
There's more than 2.1 million civilian non-postal employees.
Okay, and of those who are, say, past their probationary period, how many were let go for cause in the last year?
Congressman, unfortunately, I don't have that information.
Can you get us that information?
I can certainly take the request back to my staff and have them follow up with your office.
Okay. You got this diversity thing going. How many people are in charge of administering this diversity program or trying to promote people or hire people for reasons other than merit?
Congressman, could you clarify your question when you're saying how many people are working on this?
Yeah. Well, you have this diversity program. You're proud of the diversity program. You're trying to promote people, based on diversity. How many people are involved in administering such a program or overseeing such a endeavor?
Well, we have a small office within OPM, but there's also the Chief Diversity Council, so there are individuals across government. But Congressman, if I could just make one point here, which is the way we define diversity is quite broad in the executive order. It includes veterans, military spouses, individuals with disabilities, geographic diversity, of course, race, ethnicity, but I want to emphasize here that we've made some great strides in employment of individuals with targeted disabilities. We've increased the number of military spouses in government because of this executive order focused on DEIA.
Okay. I only got 5 minutes, so you're kind of dodging the question. I'll give you another thing. I talked to a guy recently. His son's a good guy, went to college, got his dream job with the federal government. He's waiting for his promotion, waiting. Finally, somebody tells him, look, you're a white guy who's not a veteran. And you just said that you'll hire veterans first. Okay, a white guy, not a veteran, you're not going to, it's going to be almost impossible for you to be promoted. He wasn't even mad. He just wishes the government would have told him up front, hey, you're a white guy who's not a veteran, you don't have much of a future around here. How many people do you think are being promoted or hired by the government for reasons other than merit, proportionately?
Congressman, the very core of our agency is to ensure that we uphold merit system principles, and that is a big part of the work that we do with agencies every single day. And there are requirements for HR specialists, There's a rigorous review of every register of
I'll just ask you one more
individuals.
time. And you never know in this job whether people are telling you the truth or not. Do you believe what the guy I ran into told me that it'd be very difficult today, or much more difficult, if you're a white guy who's not a veteran, to get promoted in federal government compared to not?
Congressman, that has not been my experience. We do emphasize and we oversee. We have an entire department of oversight focused on reviewing hiring across the government to ensure that agencies are abiding by merit system principles.
That's not you're not answering the question. Is that a believable situation today, given your obsession with diversity?
Congressman, it's hard for me to answer based on my personal opinion. What I did say to you was that I have not personally experienced or heard any of that characterization from any of my colleagues in the federal government.
You just, well, it's kind of opposite of what you were just saying 1 minute ago, but okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being here, Madam Director. You know, earlier I heard Mr. Sessions say that the people deserve to hear from federal employees in a timely manner, and I 100% completely agree with that. But I think the interesting thing is House Republicans' first act in this Congress was to pass a bill to eliminate the 87,000 new IRS agents from the Inflation Reduction Act. Something that would ensure, you hear that, people watching at home, they're clapping, when we're talking about people who will help you get your information on a timely manner, answer the phones, and process what needs to be done. And that's really important to know. That's what's being clapped about right now. Mr. Sessions and all House Republicans voted for it. And so I want to ask you, would more employees at the IRS help with the backlogs, help with the missed calls, help with the poor customer service that could be better? Would that help with that for working class families, people that are listening at home right now?
Congressman, absolutely, and we've been helping IRS and other agencies around what we call surge hiring in order to manage capacity. We ourselves at OPM have benefited from that hiring and retirement services that we didn't have before in order to deal with and manage the backlog and case processing, similar to IRS, where they're trying to work through some of their challenges, and a big part of that is having the staffing to do that.
Are the backlogs, missed calls, poor customer service, in your opinion, the result of the IRS's telework policy?
Well, Congressman, I'm not familiar with the specifics with IRS, so I couldn't say. What we do say in determining the best workplace arrangement for an agency is to look at all of those factors. What is the best workplace arrangement? And if a workplace arrangement like telework is affecting the performance, then you need to make adjustments. But oftentimes it's resources and staffing, which is what you've spoken about.
You know, I think the Republicans' attack on telework is interesting because it's actually specifically damaging to military families specifically. Military spouses that do their best to support their partners in a career that is dangerous. People serving our country helps keep us safe as a nation. But the thing with military spouses is they often have a struggle in maintaining a career. What we see from data across the country is military spouses oftentimes rely on telework to ensure that they can keep up with their family's expenses because of the multi-income households that we see, especially with the military people in my own district. In September 2022, a memorandum from the senior Pentagon leadership commanders took significant steps to improve federal career opportunities for military spouses by authorizing remote work and telework. We see many different anecdotes, stories, people talking about how this has been fundamentally life-changing for them supporting their families, military families, working class people across this country. The goal, according to DoD, was to further expand remote work and telework options that help military spouses build portable careers. The Biden administration has increased these opportunities as well. Madam Director, active duty military members cite spousal employment as their #1 reason for leaving military service. So when my colleagues talk about the deficit going on with recruitment, we have to look at a lot of the conditions that impact families. My question is, do telework opportunities help us retain active duty military members?
Congressman, I really appreciate that question because we're very proud of the work we've done for military spouses. At OPM, we've issued a special hiring authority, direct hire for military spouses, so they can take advantage of the federal employment opportunities. It's been a part of our DEIA initiative, and I want to mention that we did a study of remote jobs over the last 6 months of last year, and on average, with a remote job, you had 25 military spouse applications compared to 1 to 2 of a duty location.
Yeah.
So you see this huge, pickup in interest because you have the ability to have that portability of that job.
I asked unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record a statement provided to me from a group of the spouses of military service members, all whom rely on the supported expanded telework and remote work for opportunities in federal service.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Just to lift a quick story, I only have a few seconds here. Wendy Rahan had served in the federal government for about 22 years and is currently the State Department Foreign Service Officer. She hails from the great state of Florida. Her husband is about to be assigned to be an executive officer aboard a command ship and is preparing to move to San Diego for that assignment. Thank God Wendy has a 100% telework remote job with the State Department where she is able to continue her work, continue to support her family, continue to support her partner. There are real-life examples that show, outside of the military too, why telework is so important, but because it's being politicized for political reasons, people are attacking it. But just know, and for people watching at home, when we attack things like telework, we are also attacking the people disproportionately impacted on it that rely on it. Military spouses being at the top of that
Will
list.
the
Thank you.
gentleman
I
yield
yield
for a
back.
question? I just want to know if you ever were a spouse or served, if you can maybe provide some input in that, because I can just tell you that a lot of people actually have access to services
Point of
on
order.
base.
Point of order.
I'm not done yet until the
Point
chairman
of
calls
order.
it. You're not the chairman.
Point of order.
You're not the chairman.
Chair
Point of
recognizes
order. I am
Mr.
a
I'll correct it
member
on my
of
own
this
time.
body.
Thank you.
Point of
Mr.
order.
Frost, actually, Mr. Frost's time has expired. So the chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ahuja, are you aware of what percentage of DC-based federal employees relocated out of state during the COVID-19 pandemic?
I'm sorry, Congressman, could you repeat the question, please?
Are you aware of how many what percentage of DC-based federal employees relocated out of state during the COVID-19 pandemic?
I am not, sir.
Are you aware of what percentage of DC-based federal workers are currently teleworking out of state? Do you keep up with that? Do you know where your people are?
Congressman, these data points are managed by agencies. We do provide at a high level an annual telework report that we issue at the end of the year. I did mention that we are now going to be collecting additional data variables that will provide more granular information that will actually pull this information from payroll centers. So we will have a better sense.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned payroll because that's the point here is if you've got federal employees who were DC-based, they were getting locality pay, which is higher than what you would if you were working out of state. Out of the district, if you'd moved to another state and you were teleworking. So I think OPM needs to look into this because we shouldn't be paying DC locality pay for people who are not working in DC. And I really don't think we should, in many respects, if they're teleworking from their home. So can you look into that and report back to this committee what percentage of DC-based federal employees are no longer working in DC, but they're teleworking from other localities?
Congressman, I'm happy to take that request back. And I'll have my team follow up with you. I'm not sure at this point what the data will reveal specific to your question.
Well, Cushman & Wakefield, a commercial real estate firm, compiled keycard data from the General Services Administration and concluded that only 5% of the pre-pandemic federal workforce had swiped in to a government-leased office on an average workday in October and November. And that doesn't include government-owned buildings or office space outside of the Washington metro area. And the GSA in an emailed statement disputed the accuracy. I'll give them that. but it's unable to provide attendance data. Somebody's got to keep up with where our federal workforce is. And I don't dispute the data on the leased properties because you either swipe in or you don't. So I am requesting that OPM look into this and provide a report back to this committee. And if I need to, I'll put it in writing.
Congressman, we will definitely take it back. What I do want to emphasize is that much of this data still resides with the agencies specific to the telework and remote work arrangements.
From the agencies, but I'm requesting it from OPM. I also want to ask you something. Again, this is maybe more agency specific, but the acting Social Security Commissioner admits that seniors are facing extraordinary delays when they try to contact Social Security by phone. And when they finally get through, the advice that they're getting is often incorrect. And I think this might, again, be a problem with telework, because I've worked in offices before. I've worked for a couple of international engineering firms, and when I had a question about something, I could go to another office or to the cubicle next to me to get an answer. But when you're teleworking, you can't always get that answer. I might not be able to get that person on the phone in a timely manner. And you've got people who are depending on not only getting an answer in a timely manner, and many of these people are in their 80s maybe or older, they're getting inaccurate information. And I want to know if OPM is concerned about that. And again, I think a lot of it could be not just the incompetence of the employee. I think it may be that they're not in a position where they can get the information that they need in a timely manner. It's gotten to a point where they're making mistakes and overpaying some of these benefits. And if that happens, if the individual who's depending on the monthly check can't pay it back, the Social Security agency just stops sending the checks. That's a huge problem. We need to look out for our seniors, and I think this conversion to telework may be a big part of this problem. What is your response to that?
Congressman, let me mention, as I've mentioned earlier, that at the forefront for agencies and what we've communicated should be, how are we delivering on customer service? How are we ensuring that we're delivering on mission? And we need to ensure that the workplace arrangements allow for that. Now, I can't speak specifically to what's happening at SSA, but I will tell you at the President Management Council level, we talk about these issues, and it includes the acting commissioner of SSA. And oftentimes we need to ensure we're looking at every factor to determine, is it telework, is it staffing, are there other issues, the need to make IT enhancements in order to be able to streamline some of those processes. So I think we're on the same page here we need to ensure that agencies can deliver.
I appreciate your response. Mr. Chairman, I just think that we need to address these issues with a greater sense of urgency. There are a lot of people depending on the federal government, particularly senior citizens and others, as have been mentioned here. So, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to getting their response to my request and to us maybe looking into this
Absolutely.
deeper. Yield
Absolutely.
back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. You know, we have about, 7, 8 hearings just in this committee and subcommittee slated this week, and which is a very high number. And I have no qualms with this committee working hard. I have no qualms with this committee doing everything that it can, but I think we need to have a conversation about priorities here. We're having a hearing right now, and it's about that the federal government is too woke. I mean, that's seriously what we're hearing. And then there's no definition of what woke is, but on paper, what's actually being criticized in this hearing is that the so-called woke policies are remote work for federal workers, especially those that live in rural areas, and those who have disabilities, paying interns so that critical opportunities don't just go to privileged kids whose parents can afford to pay for their rent while they go on a free internship. That is what is woke here. That is what the other side is calling woke here. Making sure that OPM can create opportunities and federal careers for partners of military service members. That's woke. This is the woke alleged takeover that we have. That we want wildland firefighters who are putting their lives at risk, increasingly so year after year, that we want to make sure that they stay on the job and have dignified conditions and not leave because they can earn more money as a greeter at Walmart. This is what this whole term woke means. Or diversity and inclusion, so that the people who work in our federal workforce are actually in proportion to the people that live in this country. This is this horrifying woke agenda that the other side is trying so hard to block. But on top of priorities, what I can't help but communicate that I find frustrating is that there are actual crises happening in this country. A couple weeks ago, there was a devastating derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. And yesterday, I was just lucky enough to wrap up a hearing early, and I was going back to my office. It was not scheduled. It wrapped up early. And there were people from East Palestine at my door because they weren't getting a response in their own other levels of government. And so they were just roaming around waiting for anybody to open their door to them to talk to them, any member of Congress to talk to them. And so we sat down and they explained what's going on. And this committee needs to hold a hearing on what is on the derailment in East Palestine. This is not just a disaster site, it is a potential crime scene. People are poisoned and their respiratory issues are getting worse day after day. And I really make this plea on a bipartisan basis, truly, I truly do. The chemicals that were spilled in East Palestine have short half-lives. Every day that we do not act on this is a day that the evidence evaporates from the scene. And I really plead for this committee to get together and not pursue this on a partisan basis. We need to have executives from the rail company, from Norfolk Suffolk here. We need to have independent scientists here. We need to have the EPA or whichever agencies, the CDC, DOT, whatever it may be, but this cannot be a political food fight. Evidence is evaporating and people are getting sick. And every day that we go on without this, without accountability, I mean, it's not even partisan because in my view, and I'll take ownership as well, both parties are failing in this moment to address the needs of people. And I just sincerely ask that we take this seriously because it's not getting handled at the levels that it needs to be handled. We need to know why there hasn't been a disaster declaration that has been requested yet. I do know that the president is willing to offer one, but we need to cut through the red tape. And if I can just make that plea, because I do believe that this committee, the Oversight Committee, has the unique jurisdiction and power in this body to be able to do that, to cut through that red tape. And so, Mr. Chairman, I sincerely make that plea, me as a Democrat, to you as a Republican. I really don't want us to drag this out because, again, the half-lives on these chemicals, we don't let folks return to the scene of a crime. Yeah. And we've been letting that potentially, for almost a month now. So for the folks that are there, and for the folks that came in yesterday, I just sincerely ask that we put things aside and we get to work. We had 8 hearings this week. We all showed up, we did this job, but let's get this to the top of the docket, please.
Lady yields back, and let me add, I agree completely with what you said, and with respect to East Palestine. We have a bipartisan briefing set up with Norfolk Southern next week coming in, so I assume minority staff will be there, and we'll certainly work with you on questioning, and we couldn't agree more on that.
And if we may, I think especially what's needed is transparency on that.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that briefing is being established, but I think folks need the public needs answers on these
I
things.
agree. Absolutely. Look forward to working with you on that. Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, when you have an employee, I mean, you have 2.1 million employees, and some are going to be outstanding, and some are going to not be up to the task. How do you fire one? What's the process? Can you just, can a supervisor just go in and say, listen, sorry, it's not working out, you're fired? And then they leave that day?
Congressman, appreciate the question. There are processes in place if you're managing someone who is not performing at the level of expectation. You have to ensure that those requirements and metrics are put in that individual's performance plan. You have to ensure that you are putting together a PIP for that individual performance improvement plan, and over a period of time to see if remedial efforts can rectify the situation. Oftentimes, I find that in poor performance, it is indicative of other things: lack of engagement, not the right fit for that individual, the need for additional training. But as you know, and this is not just the case with the public sector, even in the private sector, there are policies that you have to follow to avoid litigation, to avoid other expenses for that company. And that certainly is the case here for the federal government.
It sounds like it takes a long time for someone that's underperforming and consistently underperforms, regardless of the remediation efforts, as you just mentioned. But do you have any kind of a rough estimate as to how long that takes?
Congressman, I do appreciate this question, and I want to emphasize, too, that we take it as a priority and a focus around performance. That is a part of the work we do at OPM and the communication that we give to agencies. It's very hard to answer your question specifically, because every individual is different, and there's no
Well, Director,
general
with all due respect,
timeline.
the reality of the situation is when I was in the military, we had civilian employees that we work with, and I had a supervisor come in who was a lieutenant colonel, and he said, this particular person is absolutely worthless. They do nothing at all, and Fallon just babysit him because it's so hard to let him go, have him fired. It's not worth the effort. That's the reality on the ground, and it wasn't just this case. We had a myriad of different examples of that, and the guy really didn't do anything. It was a cush job. He was a GS-11 back then, making about 40 grand, and we couldn't get rid of him. And that's what concerns me, is because whether it's the private sector or public sector, there's going to be folks that just do not perform well and don't really belong there, don't deserve to be there. But there doesn't seem to be any way in which we can realistically, I mean, because you kind of said it in your answer, there's so many different processes and procedures in place, they just kind of pass it along. And so do you have any idea how many federal employees were fired last year out of the 2.1 million?
Congressman, I don't have those specifics.
I would love to get to get that. We'll formally request that via a letter, because that would be fascinating to see that. And it's interesting. I just got a text from a constituent, ironically, while you were here. And how long do you think, acceptable wait times when you're calling in should be for, let's say, a passport, and you have an issue with a federal agency? How long do you think the wait time should be? What do we have a goal as to what we should keep that at?
Congressman, I appreciate that question, and it's important, like we've been talking about today, to ensure that we provide good customer service to American citizens, to the American public. I'm not familiar with the processes at the Passport Office, and couldn't speak with any particular expertise on the processing time, or the wait time.
They took a screenshot and texted it to me, and it was on 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 51 seconds they were on hold. I don't think that's acceptable. Would you agree with that?
Congressman, I definitely understand their concern, and absolutely there is a question here about the need to improve customer service.
See, one of my Democratic colleagues was mentioning that the workforce in the federal government should look like America. So what happens, let's just say percentage-wise, I don't know, rough math would be, let's say 32% of Americans are white males. If we go below that in the federal workforce, is there going to be, in the diversity and inclusion, an effort to recruit white males? We see how absurd this ends up getting. Why don't we just hire the best people?
Well, Congressman, we're not following any particular quotas or markers. We're simply wanting to ensure that we bring in the best and brightest with diverse opinions and experiences. And like I mentioned before to your colleagues, in the executive order that the President signed, focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. It's a very broad definition of diversity. Not just race, ethnicity, or gender. So we're looking at all those factors. In fact, we've actually increased the number of individuals we've hired with disabilities, actually due to the fact that we have more workplace flexibilities. We've increased those numbers with veterans and military spouses. So it's an interesting dynamic here and a balance. But we are seeing the fact that these workplace flexibilities are giving us the ability and the geographic representation. If I can mention, Congressman, the same study we did on remote jobs over the past 6 months that I mentioned to your colleague, Congressman Frost, we had, for every application that was remote, an average of 37 states represented in the applicant pool. For a duty location, it was only 7 states represented.
And my time has expired, but with all due respect, I don't care if everybody's from Mississippi. I don't care about regionality. I don't care what somebody looks like. I don't care about anything other than better and more efficient performance for the American taxpayer. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we can all agree that the pandemic it created unprecedented opportunities, moments, and challenges. Can you just explain what would have happened if we just did not have telework during the COVID-19 crisis?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. Well, we would have had a real challenge in operating the federal government. I think what we learned with telework is we now have the ability in times of emergency to actually have the government run when we're away from a building.
Thank you. Of the 103 million cases of COVID in the United States, there were over 1 million people who died. 1 of every 100 people died, and our government found a way to continue operating. So telework is effective. If allowed agencies to serve this nation at the time when people and communities needed, or excuse me, it allowed agencies to serve this nation at the time when people in our communities needed our government the most. A unilateral rescission of telework just seems punitive and foolish. You know, as members of the Oversight Committee, we can address where agencies are not meeting the mark, but the Show Up Act does not seem to hit the mark. Ms. Ahuja, you discussing your testimony, you are mission-driven in your approach. Could you share more on how you've seen telework impact organizational health and organizational performance?
I appreciate that question. There's a lot to say here on how the workplace flexibilities have allowed employees to be able to do their job and do their job well. First of all, let me say that it allows the flexibilities that we've now appreciated, especially for families taking care of children, elders, so the ability to be able to manage those responsibilities while working full-time and that's important. I think it's allowed us to actually accelerate the IT enhancements within our agencies in order to be able to do that. We are now able to, I've been mentioning all these ways to recruit from across the country in ways that we just were not able to do before. And I think that will give us a cutting edge because oftentimes we are competing with the private sector I always say we win on mission when it comes to the federal government. We score high when they're committed to their jobs, but this even gives us the ability to be more competitive.
So it increased your likelihood of being able to attract the best and the brightest, irrespective of their race or their gender or their ability status.
Absolutely. We do have data from that analysis I mentioned, which across the board just increased those numbers in every population.
Thank you. It's unsurprising that folks who would deny the realities of COVID would also pretend work can only happen in an office. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Ms. Luna for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. OPM recently hired a senior leader who was found to have previous sexual harassment on 2 individuals in his role as executive director of Louisiana Housing Corps. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to submit 2 of these articles for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. You know, I hate having to really bring this up because I feel like this should have been handled somewhat how we do it in the military at the lowest level. But unfortunately, because of the fact that some of the policies in place at your organization seem to have failed some of the employees, these people were placed in position of power, which ultimately ended up allowing them to victimize people. So this article and the ones that I submitted actually come after a second Washington Post article released in January 2023 highlighted how a former high-ranking DoD official was hired by OPM in 2021 to serve as the chief financial officer while under investigation by the DoD's Office of the IG for misconduct as well. We should all be concerned about these instances, of which significantly hinder OPM's ability to establish and maintain a trusted workforce as outlined in their vetting guidelines, which is why I would like the chairman to submit these for record, of which he has. And I guess this leads me to my next question for you, ma'am. I'm sure you're aware of the recent situation in which an individual who has previously been investigated for sexual harassment on 2 subordinates was actually hired for a role with OPM's Retirement Services Division. We are also aware that on February 10th of last year, you signed onto a document which outlined the vetting procedures to establish and maintain a trusted workforce. Were these procedures used when hiring this individual in line with guidance that you issued on February 10th, 2022?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. I'd like to say at the outset that I do take these issues and these matters very seriously. I am committed to a workplace that's free from harassment, and we do find these reports alarming, and we are conducting a careful review right now. And because of that, I'm limited in going into the details of these particular matters. What I can tell you is that these were 2 distinct matters that we don't think indicates any particular flaw in the vetting procedures that we've been administering at a government-wide level.
Just on average, how long do these reports take to close out, though? Because when people, especially in positions of power, whether or not they're placed on leave, there's a certain aspect of, I think, something that you guys owe the victims, because once something like that happens, you're forever changed. How long does it take for these people to get fired? Because in my opinion, if I found this in my office, and I'm sure if you had a subordinate that was making sexual comments to you or racial comments to you, you'd probably fire that individual immediately. But unfortunately, sometimes these people, it seems like they get a slap on the wrist, they're dismissed, and then that's it.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Like I mentioned, these allegations are alarming, and I'm frustrated as well to have to manage this situation, but I do want to emphasize that as a part of my role as an OPM director, I have to ensure that there is a fair and thorough process in place as a part of this review, and to let that take its course. And so it is absolutely frustrating, and I acknowledge that, but that is what I'm required to do in the responsibility of this role.
Are you aware that a senior former Pentagon official now serving as the executive leadership at OPM was subject of a report finding that he had repeatedly sexually harassed women and used racial slurs during his tenure at the Pentagon, and you guys hired him?
Congresswoman, like I mentioned, I'm aware of the allegations, and that's why we're conducting.
I want to specify real quick, though, these were not allegations. This person was found to be doing this, and he was hired. The reason I mention that, though, is that to me is not a qualification of someone that we need to be giving a government job to that is potentially in a very senior position that can exploit that position of power.
Well, Congresswoman, let me just say that when these individuals were hired, I was not aware of the circumstances.
Do I have your word that you'll be looking into it and seeing that these people will be handled accordingly?
Absolutely, absolutely.
My final question is how will OPM ensure that other federal agencies do not onboard individuals to be known to have either engaged in sexual harassment or racial comments?
Congressman, just to confirm, you're asking about how we would ensure that across government or
just
within the
in your
agency?
practices for hiring people?
Well, we continue to do, not just in this particular circumstance, but of course the learnings and what we will find here, we will make adjustments and changes, but we are continuously reviewing our hiring processes and our vetting processes to determine where changes need to be made. And this particular matter and review will inform that. We have a multi-layered, multifaceted process in place when it comes to hiring senior officials. And we also have a commitment, like I mentioned, to a workplace free from harassment. And we're committed, as I've mentioned, we have a government-wide role around diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And we have the same within our organization. We have a DEIA council. We have high scores when it comes to the DEIA FEVS index for the work that we're doing in this area. So you have my commitment to address these issues. You have, and this is the work also of within the agency, again, how we are conducting a thorough review and ensuring that we want to take what we learn from this, and where there might be gaps or improvements, that we make those changes.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. There's important conversation happening today about instances of harassment or racial slurs within the federal workforce, but my concern is that those examples get brought up as a way of trying to slash the federal workforce or reduce union protections, when in fact my experience with public employees throughout my career, it's that those federal employees and public employees often are the ones that want to root out harassment and sexual harassment and discrimination more than anyone else. It oftentimes is union leaders that are pushing to make sure that harassment and discrimination are taken seriously. And so, in my view, it's really important for us to highlight the amazing federal employees that are doing the right thing for this country, because if we highlight their work, it becomes clear why we shouldn't be slashing those employees, but recruiting them, retaining them, and celebrating their work. Today, I want to highlight one of those public servants, my constituent named Lynn. She's a single mom of 2, a volunteer at our local animal shelter, an avid gardener, and she spent 16 years working for the IRS in Austin, Texas. She has contributed to recovering millions of dollars from big corporations who would have preferred to skip out on their obligation to the American taxpayer. Some of my Republican colleagues seem to be insinuating that we should further slash the federal workforce and cut important programs. But the reality is that cutting workers and services like Lynn's would not serve the American people, but it would serve those corporate interests that are trying to skip out on their tax bill. These federal workers have done incredible work, especially during the pandemic, whether they were teleworking or not. Their resilience really was on full display during the pandemic. Mail continued to be delivered. The VA adapted and expanded telehealth options. We provided stimulus payments so families could pay for their food and their rent and prescription medication. It saved the lives of people in my community. Federal employees rose to that challenge, and their engagement scores, as I understand it, actually went up during the pandemic. So, Ms. Ahuja, why do you think that federal employee engagement scores actually increased during the pandemic?
Congressman, I appreciate that question. I think it was a feeling of we're all in this together. We're able to continue to deliver on mission for the American people. If you look at the scores in 2018, 2019, there is a spike in 2020. And they had the workplace flexibilities in order to protect their families, protect themselves, be able to balance what was happening at home, but also to continue to ensure checks go out the door, calls get answered, all the things you just mentioned.
Yeah, in Texas, we're a famously independent community, but I think during the pandemic, as I was serving in city government, people said this is the moment where we really need government and could really see how it could work for us. Also, Ms. Ahuja, the Biden administration has raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour for federal workers. How has this initiative impacted our federal workforce?
Well, Congressman, I'll mention that it was a significant effort by our agency to put as a floor $15 minimum wage. It affected about 67,000 individuals in the federal government. So compared to 2.1, maybe doesn't feel like a lot, but it certainly was a lot for those individuals. But the larger point here is that it sent a strong message. We are the largest employer in the country. We have an opportunity to be that model, to set the standard for pay, for benefits, for workplace flexibilities, for our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Thank you for your testimony. The federal government has helped build the middle class in this country for decades and decades. also while serving the American people. And I believe that by continuing to have good workforce policies, by supporting our unions within the federal workforce, we can actually improve our services for the American people, hold the powerful accountable, stand up for the little guy, and root out things like harassment and discrimination by actually supporting our employees who are out there doing the right thing. Thanks so much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Edwards from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you taking time. I know that sometimes we don't make this easy on you, but running government should not be easy. Much to my chagrin, I think that we've already established that we don't have a really good handle on how many remote employees that we still have out there. And many of my questions was going to be around that, but so since we don't know that, let me lead with this. It occurs to me that almost every business that's out there today has had to reinvent itself through the pandemic and will maintain those inventions past the pandemic because we simply do not have the workforce that we had going into the pandemic, nor do we expect it to return anytime soon. Can you give me any examples of how the federal government may have reinvented itself in light of the fact that we don't have the workforce that we had 3 years ago?
I appreciate that question, Congressman. First and foremost, I'll say that I think one thing we don't talk about as much is that we had a huge acceleration of IT enhancements in our agency because our agencies needed to be able to continue to provide services during the pandemic with the fact that we couldn't be in a collective office space. And that's significant and is driving more of those efforts across government right now. It is supporting the work we're doing around recruitment. I think we're thinking about it differently. Agencies are expanding their talent pools because they have the ability to think more broadly about where they might have their employees situated.
Okay. Are you aware of any studies that have been conducted regarding the productivity of employees that are working from home?
We are doing, we just released a Future of the Workforce memo that lays out the work we're doing in a lot of different areas around specifically this issue, looking at policy and training and resources. Part of that is also the research piece. There are a number of studies that are looking at the private sector as well as the work that we're doing internally in government that shows the connection between telework and productivity. You have the USPTO, you've got other companies as well. There's documentation that links, in some cases, where they are seeing higher levels of productivity. I don't have the specific research, but we are compiling that.
I think that would be important because it appears that there will be some degree of folks working from home when we come out of this. My belief is that folks are far less productive, and I'd love to see somebody prove me wrong there. I have heard stories of, and I envision folks working at home, sitting in their pajamas on the edge of the couch, watching television while they're reading documents or email and doing their laundry and walking their dog and all those kinds of things that they would not be doing if they were in an office. Are you aware of, can you tell us the investment in equipment and technology that the U.S. government has made to send people home to work? I know that in business, folks have had to buy computers and printers and routers and security software and all these other things. Can you give us a number at what it's cost us to send everyone home to work?
Congressman, I don't have that number available. I can also say there are numbers out there of the cost savings of actually when there's savings related to
Okay,
less
I'm-
space utilization.
I'm sorry, I'm going to run out of time. I don't want to cut you short, but I'm going to get cut off here in just a minute. I think we should know that number, and I think we should be insisting that as people come back to work, they return that equipment to our inventory. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make the comment that through this pandemic, we've been told over and over that we were going to use science and data to manage us out of this. And I'm extremely disappointed that we have science and data so specific as to tell us that the pandemic is going to be over on May the 11th. Yet we don't have the data to support how many people we've got working at home and what it's cost us to send them at home and when we're going to bring them back and that sort of thing. So with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'm over to your left. Sorry about that. I did want to make sure that I could clarify for my colleague that just finished up before I begin my specific questioning. You were about to say that you do have data as it relates to the fact that we've actually saved money because most of us understand that when you are housing people in, say, a building, it costs us, whether it's the amount of money to lease that space, whether it's the cost of the energy in that space. But essentially, I'm sure you would agree with me that renting out a space to maybe house 300 people, say, in one agency may be a little bit more expensive than just giving them computers that they were already going to be required to work on to do their jobs in the first place. I mean, am I missing something, or does that sound almost accurate?
It does, Congresswoman. I was going to mention earlier that, giving that equipment and ability to work from home, if someone is in under a telework arrangement, also allows, if there are any issues around continuity of government, that they can easily shift. Or when the OPM closes the government because of snow or other things, there's no longer really a day off. In fact, you really can't say, well, I can't work because I can't come into the office.
Absolutely. And in fact, you may not be aware, but here at the House, I am just a freshman, but when I swore in, I was given a bunch of laptops to give out to my staff as well. And there's actually equipment on our laptops that allow my staff to answer calls from anywhere. If anybody calls into one of our official numbers, we can absolutely answer those calls directly from our laptop. So even here in the U.S. House of Representatives, we make it to where our staff have the ability to actually work even if they're not in the office here. But what I want to talk to you about is solutions over scare tactics and scarcity. It's my understanding that funding has been continually gutted, specifically to the IRS, and more so to the tune of the fact that there was about a reduction in your staff levels at the IRS to about a 1974 level, despite the fact that there are more people in this country, which means that we have more people to service, but because there was a lack of funding, and it's my understanding, if I remember correctly, that a little bit earlier last month, we voted, or actually it may have been the very first bill that we voted on, I believe Maxwell was referencing it, it was a defund the IRS bill. It seems to me that there are some people that just don't want y'all to be successful, because it's hard to hire people when somebody ties your hands behind your back and tells you, we don't have any money for that. Nevertheless, I do want to make sure I tell a couple of stories, because honestly, I think you have made it pretty clear to anybody that's paying attention and really cares to listen about the work that you're doing and what you are trying to do. And I don't believe for 2 seconds that you want, on your watch specifically, for people to feel as if you're a failure to the American people. No one goes to work and wants to have that on their record. So I do thank you for your service. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and there is a woman by the name of Susan. Susan is a financial operations specialist in the Office of Grants Management within the Administration for Children and Families in HHS in Dallas. She served for 4 years in the U.S. Navy and worked in the ACF Region 2 office before being transferred to Dallas. Susan is currently a single mother of 3 school-aged children. Susan is a high-performing employee and continues to receive high ratings on her employee performance appraisal, despite the fact that she has a crippling disability because of her service to our country. To make performing her duties easier, Susan requested to work remotely, and with the help of her union, NTEU, she was recently approved for 5 days of remote work. Now, I'm going to tell you about another person. Her name is Gwen, and Gwen has worked for the IRS. That was her very first job, and then she went on to work for DOD. She worked for Army, she worked for Navy, and in fact, she was working for Navy when they had the shooting at the Navy Yard. Gwen is an older African-American woman who, when the pandemic happened, she was high risk, and she was given an opportunity to work at home. Gwen also managed to raise a new freshman congresswoman by the name of Jasmine Crockett. And so it is offensive when people want to say that the face of federal government employees are lazy and ridiculous. When my mom graduated from high school at 16, and then she went on to WashU and graduate at the age of 19. So let me tell you, this is not about making villains out of the people that make this country go. And I will do everything that I can to make sure that you have the resources that you need to make sure we take care of the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida for 5
Chairman,
minutes.
would it be possible to take a quick break, if at all possible?
Okay, we, at the request of the witness, will recess for 5 minutes.
Just a quick bio break.
All right, 5 minutes, without objection. We stand in recess. The committee will come back to order. Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. You said earlier in your oral testimony that about 50% of the federal workforce was actually showing up in the office during the pandemic. Do you know which agencies in particular actually showed up?
Congressman, thank you for that question. It's tied to those agencies that have occupations that require,
Okay, but like which ones? You tell me.
well, DHS or DOD. I don't know all the agencies, but it's tied to the occupation that requires on-site presence. So it's oftentimes Border Patrol, other.
So if you're Border Patrol, Homeland, DOD over at the Pentagon, FBI, ATF, facilities, because you got to actually keep the stuff working. They had to come into work.
And there, of course, other occupations. I don't have the whole list of them.
So what is the difference between a worker at DOD or Homeland, or actually the better example, what is the difference between a federal employee with Border Patrol and a federal employee at Department of State?
Congressman, I don't quite understand your question.
What is the difference between a federal employee that is on our southern border with Border Patrol that shows up for work every day, mind you, under terrible immigration policies by Joe Biden, and an employee working at the Department of State? What is the difference between those two employees?
I don't mean to be disrespectful.
I guess, Director, let me simplify. Why is it okay for an employee at the Department of State to not show up when somebody who actually has to secure the southern border under Border Patrol has to show up? Why does the border agent have to show up every single day? And frankly, in some office buildings down on the southern border, which are extremely confined, but somebody over at the Department of State doesn't have to show up to do their job. Why the distinction?
Well, Congressman, I respectfully don't agree with that characterization. The Department of State employees aren't showing up. I've shared on our FEVS data that we have employees, at least for that particular survey, 60% of the respondents said they have significant in-person time, but they're showing up whether they telework or
hold
whether
on, we're claiming time. Can you define significant? What does significant mean? Is that 30 hours a week? Because I would define significant as at least 35 hours a week, maybe 40, but that's me. What do you guys define significant as?
I don't have the report in front of me, but it is specified in the report.
So you don't have, okay. So can you make sure you get us that? Because I think the definition of significant is an important criteria for us to understand. If we have half the federal workforce during the pandemic didn't go into the office. Let me ask you this question. Post-pandemic, I know what the president is doing about May 11th is the end of the pandemic. That's just because the president wants to send out $600 billion in American Rescue Plan money that should not actually be going out, by the way, because we're hitting the debt ceiling. We're $31 trillion in debt. So sending $600 billion out the door for the quote-unquote pandemic, which is already over, to me is budgetary foolishness, but that is what the president wants to do. That being said, now that the pandemic is over, what percentage of the federal workforce is actually back in the office?
Congressman, like I've shared before, that number is based on workplace arrangements within those agencies, and those agencies have to continually assess what.
Director, I got 1 minute and 10 seconds left. I'm going to sharpen the question. Do you know today what percentage of the federal workforce is actually back in the office place?
Congressman, I don't know that information. We do collect. We have a telework report report that we've issued at the end of the year.
Director, you are testifying in front of oversight. You don't have the data in front of you about what percentage of the federal workforce is actually back in the office?
Congressman, it varies from agency to agency.
But Director, you're head of OPM. You're head of all personnel management. You should be knowing who's in and out of the office at a minimum on a month-to-month basis. This is data you should have from a month ago. Not even today. From a month ago, do you have the data?
Like I mentioned, Congressman, it's captured in this report. I don't have those details in front of me, and that report is public to look at. So, and the question.
But Director, you're here now. It being public is great, but we're talking now. Last questions. I got 10 seconds. Last questions. Do you think the federal employees should be back in the workforce at an 80% clip? Or actually, do you think they should be back in the workforce according to work protocols pre-COVID-19 pandemic? Yes or no?
Congressman, our workforce is back to work. They've been working.
According to pre-COVID-19 protocols?
Protocols meaning?
I mean, Democrats opposed our bill in the Show Up Act. They opposed it. All we said was go back to pre-COVID-19 protocols. They said no. Do you think we should go back to pre-COVID-19 protocols, yes or no?
Congressman, it's a more complicated question than a yes or no answer.
That's not complicated at all. People got to show up for work. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Baylett for 5 minutes. Ballard, I apologize. I did that again, sorry.
Rhymes with talent. Director, thank you so much for being here. I'm concerned because our Republican colleagues want to take steps that would remove protections for federal workers, allowing for them to be removed if they refuse to essentially buckle to political demands of a president, even if science or the law are on their side. And these concerns are not theoretical. As we know, back in 2019, then President Trump circled areas on a map with a Sharpie that he claimed were dangerously in the path of Hurricane Dorian. But that assertion was not based on fact and was contrary to what expert scientists at NOAA forecast. Fortunately, these scientists at NOAA's Birmingham office tweeted a correction and pointed out the president's error. I ask unanimous consent to include the Department of Commerce Inspector General report from June 2020, June 26th, that found Trump Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, among others, discounted expert weather predictions and harmed trust in NOAA and the National Weather Service.
Without objections, ordered.
So, while hashtag Sharpiegate made for a very funny day on Twitter, the consequences really could have been catastrophic. And ultimately, it's not funny. It's not funny at all. It's dangerous, and it erodes our norms. It cuts at the credibility of our government. And so what if FEMA was deployed to the wrong region because experts were too scared of losing their jobs to contradict a president? What if millions of taxpayer dollars had been wasted sending federal help where it was actually not needed? And what if families in the storm's path were stranded because first responders in the federal workforce had to cater to the whims of a president? Not the policies of a president, the whims of a president. So in that instance, federal civil servants saved the day, like they do every single day. So, Director Ahuja, would a partisan civil service filled with only loyal Democrats help you perform your job more effectively? Why or why not?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. Like I've shared, I think it's important to have a nonpartisan civil service so we can utilize the expertise and institutional knowledge of these individuals to get the frank feedback and conversations. And I think it's absolutely necessary that it's impossible to do your job well if you don't have those varying viewpoints. I often say that I want difference of opinion around me to tell me if the decisions I'm making are really going to have the impact that I intend them to do, for them to have. And a part of that is leaning on career leaders in my agency who have had the knowledge over a period of years to tell me what will be the impact, how should we think about these policies. I may not always agree, but I think it's important to have that.
So to follow up on that, can you tell us a little bit more about these career civil servants who have served both Republican and Democratic presidents, who show up in your office to do their level best to give you advice? Tell me what that looks like when you have a diversity of opinion.
Absolutely, Congresswoman. I think it's that's the only way I can be an effective leader, is to have those varying viewpoints. I don't want to know who's Democrat or Republican. I don't know, actually. And that's really not the basis. It's really, you're working in a particular department, you have the knowledge and skill over a period of time. And I think it's critical to have that carryover. It's critical to encourage that level of frankness, and that we can have that type of relationship with between the political leaders and the career leaders.
I really appreciate that. And the other thing I want to ask you is, what kind of chilling effect does it have when you have someone who is the commander-in-chief getting on national television with a Sharpie on a map? What does that do for the people who show up every day, day in and day out, to do their job, and they feel like they're being asked to lie, essentially?
Congresswoman, I appreciate what you've shared today. I think in all of these cases, it is important that as a leader, that you respect and value the input and perspective, and that you're okay when you have made a mistake, that you actually can be corrected and you don't fear correcting that leader. I think that's particularly important, and I would worry, as we've seen in the last administration, where you did have individuals leave their agency, and we're still rebuilding those agencies today.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I want to reset the conversation a little bit and focus our attention. Generally speaking, why do government agencies exist? Just generally speaking, it's not a gotcha question.
Okay, that's good. To serve the American people.
Yeah, sure, right? Yeah, to do the job of the American people. You get different agencies, different things. And what is the role of the good folks, whether they work in your office or in mine, they're federal employees? What is their role in this whole thing? Again, it's not a gotcha question. I think we're probably going to agree.
Well, it's to deliver on mission for those agencies. It's to deliver good customer service. It's to ensure that we are, what's really interesting is in the FEV scores, federal employees score really high on their commitment to mission.
Yeah, they want to do a good job, right? They're there for a mission. They want to service the American people. They're bosses, right? They're all our bosses. How much time do you think it's acceptable? I imagine you look at this stuff, how much time is acceptable for federal employees to spend on their own interest while on federal time? And that could be anything from looking up the price of a new car to whatever, but they're at work, not on break. Is there a certain amount of time that's acceptable for them to be working on their own interest as opposed to the interest of the agency and the American people?
Congressman, I appreciate that question. I'm not aware of any particular quantity of time.
Can I give you some figures here? So in 2019, so this is fiscal year 2019. We're now in 2023, but in 2024 fiscal year. But in 2019, 2.6 million hours in that year alone. 2.6 million hours were spent on interests other than the American people by federal employees, particularly union activity. And look, we want our federal workers to be protected. We want them to be represented, but understand there's a different dynamic when federal employees are negotiating with other federal employees, and taxpayers that pay the bill are over here. They're not in the negotiation. Take DOD, for example, 60 years, 527,000 hours. That's equivalent of 60 years of time were spent in that year working on their own stuff. Is that acceptable? Is there a limit?
Well, Congressman, I'm not familiar with those data points from those agencies.
Okay,
and
even if you're not familiar.
Or the arrangement they may have.
What
with
is
those unions.
acceptable, if that's not? So you take the VA. There's veterans in the room. I happen to be one. If you're working at the VA, God bless you, you're trying to service members. Whether you're a nurse practitioner or some specialist, I would think you'd want to spend the bulk of your time doing that. But in the same year, 2019, 500,000 hours at the VA. And that year, that's 57 equivalent years of time were spent negotiating for their own benefits. I'm just asking, what's appropriate? Is there some level of an average employee's time? 40 hours a week, if we're just going to take that. 1 hour a week? 10 hours a week? How many hours a week is acceptable? Is there any limit?
Well, Congressman, you're speaking about union activity
Yeah.
in particular, and often that is dictated by the collective bargaining agreement between the union and that agency, and it would vary. So,
But do you have any personal thought? You're managing this thing, and we're trying to get the most efficiency for the agency, for the people working in the good people working there, for their bosses, the American people. You're in charge of all that. What's cool with you?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that question again.
I know you do, but what's the answer?
Right, but oftentimes, and really the case is, we provide technical assistance to
Okay,
agencies.
all right. So you
on-
don't have an answer. I got it. Let me ask you this. Is it okay and acceptable to use federal facilities for private activities? Like let's say that one of us here wants to have the NRA show up down at the EPA and use their facility Monday for some convention from 8 till 5. Good to go or not good to go?
Congressman, I can't speak to that particular situation. I don't
Give me,
manage.
okay, pick your own situation. Some private organization working in a federal facility during work hours.
This is the purview of the General Services Administration around federal buildings and spacing, and I couldn't speak with expertise.
So
It's
what
not
if,
under my
so,
purview.
okay, fair enough. Then what if it was union activity on behalf of federal employees? Is a union a federal organization or is it a private organization?
Well, unions have a special status in their relationship with the employer, and
A
oftentimes.
special, so are you telling me that unions are federal organizations?
No, I'm saying through the collective bargaining agreement, there are.
So it's okay for them to use federal facilities and not pay for them?
Congressman, again, this will be laid out in collective bargaining agreements. I don't.
So it is
have-
okay. It's okay, as long as it's in the collective bargaining agreement. So if the NRA calls itself a union, it can then go down and use federal facilities during work time.
Well, Congressman, I unfortunately don't have enough information
All right.
to answer your
Thank you,
question.
Mr. Chair, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to set the record straight on a couple of things. First, President Biden's budget, which he will release tomorrow, will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years. That's a stark contrast to congressional GOP's proposal, which adds $3 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years with handouts for the ultra-wealthy, well-connected, rich, big corporations, and special interests. Second, President Biden took office after his predecessor signed a reckless and unpaid tax handout for the wealthy and large corporations, which added nearly $2 trillion to the deficit. Third, thanks to President Biden's unprecedented vaccination program and economic recovery, the deficit fell by $1.7 trillion in the first 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration. And the president's Inflation Reduction Act will reduce the deficit by more than $200 billion over the next decade. Building on that record of fiscal responsibility, the president's budget cuts the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade. The budget achieves this while lowering costs for families, investing in America, and protecting programs Americans have paid into because it proposes tax reforms to ensure the wealthy and large corporations pay their fair share while cutting wasteful spending on special interests like big oil and big pharma. So now that I've cleared up a few things, I want to highlight an outstanding federal employee in Ohio's 11th Congressional District. Courtney Mosley was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, where she is a trial lawyer for the United States Department of Labor. As a trial attorney, she works to further the Department of Labor's mission by fostering and promoting and developing the welfare of wage earners and job seekers, improving conditions, and assure work-related benefits and rights. She joined the DOL in 2021 after serving as an assistant law director and housing prosecutor for the city of Cleveland. Her previous experience helped her navigate in a new practice area where she has effectively and successfully handled all phases of litigations, including areas of Fair Labor Standards Act, Occupational Safe and Healthy Administration, Employment, Retirement and Security Income Act, Mine Safety Health Administration. She has also successfully handled multiple settlement negotiations, and in doing so, she conducted herself in a professional manner, maintained proper perspective, recognized the policy and objectives of the clients, and ultimately reached fair and equitable outcomes to all involved. Her desire to give back to her community began at an early age, but it was during law school when she found her calling for public service. In addition to her work at the DOL, she serves as the president of the Northeast Ohio Young Black Democrats, recorder for the Norman S. Minor Bar Association, co-parliamentarian and counsel for the Cuyahoga County Democratic Party, and a member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Our dedicated public servants and their families deserve timely processing of their retirement benefits. And the OPM serves nearly 2.7 million survivors and eligible family members and paid $83 billion in retirement benefits in fiscal year 2021. OPM's retirement service has its challenges: a high processing backlog, complaints about its customer services and call center, and improper payments. The system also relies on paper-based manual processing, has an insufficient staffing, and old IT. It currently takes 90 days, that's 3 full months, for the OPM to process a retirement application. It's unacceptable. OPM's strategic plan includes goals to improve customer service for retirement services and strategies for strengthening customer engagement. So, Ms. Shahuja, have processing times and customer satisfaction improved for concerned retirees?
Thank you, Congresswoman. So, related to processing times, and we are certainly appreciative of our FY23 budget that has allowed us to do some considerable staffing up. But even with that, with the surge in retirement, we have increased production of cases by 20%. So we've brought down the inventory there, and we are doing work towards addressing some of the customer service challenges with our call center, in particular trying to move more of the common questions online, and we've just launched a chatbot to be able to manage some of these easier questions. We find with the particular clientele we have, and I have listened to some of these calls myself, it is truly the volume of calls that come in, but when they get a customer service representative, there is that wholesome exchange of whatever question they are asking, that they are getting the full attention of that customer service rep.
Well, thank you. I see my time has expired. I do want to correct the record. All these days run together, but the president's budget will be released at 2:30 today, and I just want to say, yes, we do need to do better for our federal employees who have earned their benefits from their years of service, but we do thank you for the years of public service that you have given us, and with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ahuja, I'd like to talk to you a little bit. Over 20 years, I've been an employer. I own a commercial construction company. Our primary objective is to serve our customer and provide the best service and product possible. That's pretty much how businesses work in the private sector. I'm also a big believer in hiring the best people that I can hire, because whether they're one of my top employees or the lowest person in my business, they represent our company, and we want them to represent us well and do the best job for our customer who's paying us. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about work, hiring people on merit, and firing people. President Trump's Executive Order EO 13957 removed many job protections for poorly performing or insubordinate officials in important federal jobs. It made it easier to take action against at-will employees up to and including firing them for performance issues, and denied at-will employees the ability to appeal disciplinary procedures and firings. On the third day of President Biden's presidency, he rescinded this executive order along with many others. You're a big supporter of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as you stated in the beginning of this hearing. But on January 31st, 2023, Director, you released a proposed rule to update federal hiring procedures for determining suitability and fitness. Quoting you, knowing engagements in acts or activities with the purpose of overthrowing federal, state, local, or tribal government. 2, acts of force, violence, intimidation, and coercion with the purpose of denying others the free exercise of their rights under the U.S. Constitution or any state constitution. Attempting to indoctrinate others or to incite them to action in furtherance of illegal acts. Active membership or leadership in a group with knowledge of its unlawful aims or participation in such a group with specific intent to further its unlawful aims. You said anyone that fits these characteristics should not be hired. Director, in your opinion, is a person who participated in the riot at the Capitol on January 6th fit to serve in the federal workforce?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. I can't speak to that specific instance, but what I can tell you is we look at the whole conduct, case by case, and we are, with this particular revision of the questionnaire, seeking to balance the First Amendment rights and also the conduct that would be of concern by individuals coming into the federal government. So it is a balance.
Director, specifically, if anyone was involved in the activities on January 6th, could they be employed by the federal government?
Congresswoman, I can't give a yes or no answer here. We look at each individual on a case-by-case basis and look at the set of conduct and their background.
Well, according to your proposed rule of federal hiring procedures, you're determining their suitability and fitness. What about a person who rioted at a BLM or Antifa riot and attacked police officers, burned or vandalized federal buildings?
The same would hold true, Congresswoman. We would look at the whole set of circumstances, review that case on, again, of that individual. I couldn't speak to a hypothetical situation in this instance because it's a pretty vigorous review. And so
Director, you're in charge of hiring and firing people for the federal government. I would think this is a question that you could answer.
Well, Congresswoman, we manage the policies, but I don't manage the hiring and firing of individuals in the federal government.
I think you could answer this. Since you set the policy, this is a yes or no question.
Congresswoman, I do appreciate your question, but it's I'm not able to answer a hypothetical. It truly is based on all the set of information that comes into our adjudicators and our investigators to look at that individual.
Okay, Director, on June 3rd, 2020, you wrote a blog supporting BLM and a call to action for people to donate to the Northwest Community Bail Fund, which is dedicated to ending cash bail and pretrial detention in Washington state of BLM and Antifa rioters in 2020. These were rioters that, took over the streets of Portland, Oregon, attacked police officers, federal courthouses, and local government. They had the autonomous zone. Do you support pretrial detention, and do you think the January 6th pretrial defendants should be continued to be held in pretrial detention?
Congresswoman, my understanding here is I'm here as the director of OPM, and that's the basis of this hearing, and I'm happy to answer questions based on my role in this agency.
Director, you avoided all my questions today, so I hope you do better with my colleagues. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz from Florida for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Wow, what an exciting hearing today. We heard that we should go back to Trump's hiring procedures, and that, we heard that, we should hire people on merit, like Trump did. Well, it certainly wasn't merit when he hired his children into the White House, or his stepson, right? I assume you weren't the one who approved Jared Kushner's security clearance when security experts said he shouldn't have security clearance. I assume that wasn't you.
Congressman, I wasn't in the administration at that time.
Yeah, no, I know. You know, I assume you also weren't the person who hired General Michael Flynn. You know, that wasn't your hire.
We do career civil service and not politicals.
Right. You know, I'm not the only one who thought the hiring procedures from the Trump administration were pretty bad. I mean, one of Trump's own allies just said a couple weeks ago that he loves President Trump, but his HR was horrible. In fact, quite frankly, it's President Trump himself that says, quite frankly, his hiring procedures were quite terrible. John Bolton, who worked in the Trump administration, Trump called him a wacko and a sick puppy. Jeff Sessions, who was hired by Donald Trump, was called mentally unqualified. John Kelly, who was hired by Donald Trump, Trump said he was way over his head. Rex Tillerson, who was hired by Donald Trump, he was dumb as a rock. You know, Nick Mulvaney, who was hired by Donald Trump, says, if there's one criticism that I would level against the president, is he didn't hire very well. So I'm again perplexed. Here we are yet again at another hearing where we want to talk about, you know, going back to, you know, Trump's good old days, and now we want to bring back Trump's hiring procedures because, you know, they're trying to score some points for you. But, you know, HR wasn't really a strong suit in the Trump administration. Don't listen to me. I just listened to Donald Trump. He admits the people he hired were terrible. He hates all of them, in fact, which is an unbelievable sort of event. And so with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Would my friend yield?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
I thank my friend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Connolly, yes.
I thank my friend. Ms. Ahuja, going back to questions about looking at backgrounds and who we might hire, and we understand you don't hire for individual agencies, right?
No, I don't, Congressman.
Right. You're the HR agency of the whole federal government, but the hiring is done agency by agency.
Yes, sir.
And they set their own needs and parameters. They set the criteria. They have individual specific requirements depending on the mission of the agency and that division and so forth. Is that correct?
Certainly, we set the broader policy,
Right.
but agencies will have their own policies around hiring.
Are there flags, however, that OPM either sets for agencies or that might go off for you? For example, somebody with a history of violent engagement.
Well, we serve as a part of the Performance Accountability Council with OPM, OMB, the ODNI, and DOD. So we are the suitability executive agent for the federal government. So we do set broad policies in conjunction with our partners on how to determine certain conduct that would be.
So I'm trying to get at the question you were accused of evading. If somebody, for example, were involved in a violent, let's use the word insurrection, and pled guilty to it and is going to jail for it, might that affect that person's future as a prospective federal employee? Or do we just turn a blind eye to that and we don't pay any attention to the fact that you were arrested, convicted, you pled guilty, and you served time, or you're going to serve time for a violent activity?
Well, Congressman, it certainly would be a part of the investigation if that individual applied to the federal government, look at the conduct. There is...
And let me just say, I think for most of us, it should be. I don't want you hiring people who have harmed other people in a violent activity, especially when one as public as an insurrection here at the U.S. Capitol. So, at least speaking for this side of the aisle, I think, we would applaud you using that filter, and carefully so. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert of Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here with us today.
Thank you.
On March 1st, 2021, Joe Biden said that it's time for the American people to get back to work. More than a year later, only 1 in 3 federal workers has returned to the workplace since the start of COVID, and far fewer than that right here in Washington, D.C. In fact, a leaked memo that I have here from January 2021 to the then Chief of Staff at the Department of Health and Human Services showed that between 20 and 30% of the department's employees did not even log into work on any given day between March and December of 2020. Mr. Chairman, I do ask for unanimous consent to submit this into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Because these bureaucrats have basically joined the pajama party, the federal government has somehow gotten even worse at serving the American taxpayers, from significant backlogs in case management and lengthy response times. These are issues that I deal with on a regular basis with my constituents who are having frustrations with federal agencies. These federal agencies have been unable to process retirement paperwork for our seniors, correct errors on tax returns, and even fulfill requests for veterans to access files in order to access life-saving medical care. Now, Director Ahuja, do you know as of today what percentage or the number of federal employees that have returned to work full-time in person at their agency office?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I've mentioned before I don't have that specific data.
Thank you, Director. So you had mentioned that there is a public report, correct?
The telework report that we issue every year.
Correct. So we've gone through that report, that public report. It's the Remote Telework Enhancement to Enterprise Human Resources Integration Data Files. That number's not in there.
Well, I did mention also that we just released new data variables that we're going to be collecting through payroll service providers in order to be able to have more specific data.
So are you telling me that federal agencies track this percentage, or they're going to begin tracking the percentage of employees that return to work in person?
Well, the data is there. We just want to be able to bring it into one house and to be able to automate it.
Where is it currently if it's not under one house?
Well, the agencies house that data through their payroll providers, and that is...
And you weren't able to collect those and bring them in before your report was submitted yesterday? Why is this something that's brand new that you're looking into providing?
I think what you're referring to is the memo that we announced that we are actually going to be setting up the collection, and we want to be able to give agencies time.
I just don't understand why OPM, the director, would not know how many federal employees have returned full-time to work in person. Even if other agencies have this information, why don't you have that information? Director, according to the OPM website, it is official policy for the federal employee to receive a lump sum payment for any unused annual leave when he or she separates from federal service. Meaning if any employee does not use all of their vacation time, they will receive payments, sometimes totaling multiple thousands of dollars. Now, normal vacation days no longer have to be reported in the traditional sense under agency telework policies, allowing employees to claim that they will be teleworking, and instead, well, they're spending all day at a swim-up bar in Cabo. So with over 25% of department employees not logging into work without agency officials or even the director of the OMB noticing, can you tell me, Director Ahuja, are the American taxpayers paying bureaucrats thousands of dollars to vacation under the guise of agencies' telework policies?
Well, Congresswoman, I actually take issue with the characterization that there's a change in policy. I'll tell you at OPM, individuals have to document their hours every pay period, and so I'm not aware of the policy change that you're speaking about.
You're not aware of any employee taking something that one would consider a vacation time and bringing their computer and maybe logging in just a portion of that time, or not at all? We have more than 25% of federal employees not logging into work, and they're teleworking.
Congresswoman, I do take issue with the characterization that 25% of individuals are not logging in.
It's in this leaked document right here that we just submitted into the record.
You're basing that from 2020, which was in the last administration, and I can't speak to that particular incident, and I don't know the particulars.
Do you currently know how many employees are logging in for telework? Do you have that number?
Congresswoman, that's not a
so
number that I would
we don't know
have.
anyone who's working full-time, part-time, in-person, telework. We have no idea.
Well, that's based on the agencies and the supervisors and managers, and they would know that.
Do you or do you not oversee personnel in the federal government?
We oversee personnel policy. Agencies manage their employees.
And you have no documentation of what employees are actually working in person or telework.
Agencies manage
I
their
hope that
telework
this
and remote
gets straightened
work
out. I
agreements.
hope that you get reports under one house. And please do it soon for the sake of the American taxpayer. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Porter from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by recognizing a Postal Service letter carrier in my district named B. Lee. For 38 years, B has connected constituents to their essential medicines, ballots, notes from loved ones. With so many hospitals and medical offices on her route, she is proud that her work helps keep our communities healthy and safe. As we discuss ways to improve the federal workforce, I want us all to remember that federal employees are dedicated public servants and valued members of our communities. I thank my constituent B for her years of service to Orange County. Second, I want to take up a partial response to what my colleague, Ms. Boebert, was discussing. VPN, she mentioned an article alleging that 25% of HHS employees did not actually telework. And I just want to flag for everyone here that VPN, and using VPN login as a way to measure employee engagement and productivity is notoriously inaccurate and misleading. It does not necessarily reflect an employee's access to their email, the internet. They can be working on Microsoft Word, drafting a document. They can be in Excel, inputting data without being connected to the internet at all, much less to VPN. It also fails to reflect the work of the thousands of doctors, researchers, scientists, and other HHS employees who spend much of their time working in the field, not logged onto a computer. I now like to turn to an area that I've worked on before, which is—
Would my colleague just real quick re-yield?
Real quick.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if VPN is required, by the way. Thank you.
Correct. I want to turn to an issue I've worked on before, which is wildland firefighter classification. We know that wildfire in California get worse and worse each year. We don't even talk about a season anymore. It's an all-year-round risk. And we owe our wildland firefighters debts of gratitude for what they do. Director, would you agree that achieving equity across the wildland firefighter workforce is an important goal?
Absolutely, Congresswoman.
So we should expect that wildland firefighters who do the same work to have the same job descriptions, pay, benefits, et cetera. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so as you know, the bipartisan infrastructure law directed coordination between OPM and the Departments of Interior and Agriculture on developing a distinct job series for federal wildland firefighters. And the goal here is to accurately describe their duties and what they should be paid for the hard work that they do. Last June, OPM issued guidance for developing this job series, which includes employees in the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and National Park Service, 5 agencies. Is OPM facilitating interagency coordination on this classification process to make sure that it's completed properly and fairly?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We are. We helped with like you mentioned, the job series, and now we're working through the classification, the occupation series, and now working through the classification aspect of it.
And you feel that OPM is would you characterize your role here as hands-on in helping the agencies come to consistent descriptions?
Absolutely. We do see that as our role to ensure continuity. We also want to make sure that we see as our role to ensure there's a career path and trajectory for firefighters.
Wonderful, because we don't want the U.S. Forest Service to end up short of people because BLM has a different classification. We want all of these agencies to have the ability to have trained and skilled wildland firefighters to keep us all safe. Can you talk a little bit about whether you have worked with federal wildland firefighters directly to get their input to make sure that what the agencies are doing, what those in Washington or field offices might be doing, matches what's happening on the ground, the challenges that our firefighters are facing?
Absolutely, Congresswoman. We have what I would hope is a good relationship with the associations and unions that support the firefighters. I had the opportunity to meet them in person and hear firsthand about just some really challenging stories about how they're managing just their livelihood with the current pay. And so we want to ensure, as a part of our role, not only this occupation, but to ensure that the pay is a permanent feature that's now through the BIL, but will expire soon.
Wonderful. I just want to encourage OPM to continue taking a leadership role so that we don't have agencies acting kind of independently and leave the wildland firefighters with the short end of the stick here. I want to use my remaining time. Has OPM, we hear so much about the costs of federal employees, the costs of their wages, the costs of their benefits. Has OPM formally studied the costs of recruiting and training for when employees leave? Can we weigh the cost of paying an existing trained, qualified, excellent employee, which we hear a lot about? What does it cost us when that person leaves to get a new person and to train them to the same level?
Absolutely. There are significant costs when it comes to recruitment and also retention, the knowledge that you've lost and getting that person up to speed, Congresswoman. I do know that there have been a documentation at individual agencies. I'd have to check to see if our agency has done something across government.
I would really encourage that as a way of making sure we have all of the data so that we can come to the right conclusions as we think about workforce issues. So I would encourage you to think about how to make that more of an initiative and how to coordinate that data across agencies. I thank Mr. Chairman and yield back.
Lady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I want to say you look very healthy for someone that was up until 3 a.m. last night. Thank you, Director, for coming. I wanted to say it's clear from this hearing that a few things, right? That we have been moving in a direction towards remote work before the pandemic, that it was greatly expedited during the pandemic, and then now we are at a situation where we have a lot of employees that are working remote. So my question, and I think what's coming out of this hearing, is not the fact that people are working remote. The question is, are the parameters in place that normally anyone would see in the private sector, having been someone myself who worked in IT and worked remote, you have specific expectations of a workforce, and you put into place tools, policies, procedures that then enable you to take your workforce remote. And I'm wondering if we didn't get the cart before the horse here, right? And it may be because we had the pandemic, but the question is, and this is from your testimony, you indicated that there are individual agencies that have had success, right? So, but when you read between the lines, what agencies have not had success in remote working?
Well, I was speaking to Congressman, and thank you for that question, of where I've seen reports and studies. That's not to say that other agencies haven't been able to document it. What I've sought to emphasize during this hearing, and maybe not as effective as I'd like to, is that we have really emphasized to agencies that they have to continue to assess to ensure that they have a healthy organizational, that their organizational health and organizational performance is on par for them to be able to deliver on mission. And I think a part of that is also ensuring that they have the tools. They've considerable IT enhancements during the pandemic has allowed for individuals to work away from the office. We're doing trainings government-wide focused on how to manage in a hybrid work environment, all the things that I think are important.
Right, and so I want to just kind of get down to that. Like, first, before I forget, I want to ask, we've heard that there's a great percentage of workforce that is now working remote. How much space has that freed up? Has that freed up office space that we are either leasing or potentially could sell?
Well, that's not my area, it's with GSA, but we are working closely with them, and that's certainly part of the effort is to determine, now with the new workplace arrangements and the new environment, what space is being utilized and what isn't, in order to build in that cost savings. The USPTO, that's been really the longest running.
So there is potential there, is what you're saying, and
Yes.
something that we could get information from you in the future.
From GSA.
Okay, from GSA.
Yes.
Okay, back to the performance metrics. So for example, it sounds like you've given the goal, but have you given any objective measurable goals to these different agencies to say, if you're not hitting, this level of satisfaction, this level of turnaround time, this level of call wait time, Are you giving those kind of levels of objective goals for each of these agencies to achieve?
Well, OMB manages kind of performance across government, and so we serve on the President's Management Council. We also work closely with OMB, and these are conversations we're having at the senior leadership level, and it's going to be dependent on each agency, right? Every subcomponent, we have more than 2.1 million individuals in the federal government, so it's really going to vary component by component what those performance metrics need to be, but they absolutely need to be articulated.
Right, and while I understand that, like, they can't be universal, but there's certain things that can be. For example, satisfaction, like customer, or in this case, the taxpayer, and their satisfaction at the end of whatever service is performed is something that could be universally adopted, right?
Absolutely, there is a GSA customer service survey that is a barometer, and we use that at OPM, and we've actually increased those numbers.
But that's inter-office, right? It's not sent to taxpayers. So at the end of, for example, the passport issue, is that individual sent a survey saying, are you pleased that you were on the phone for 4 hours?
Well, for retirement services, we send out a customer survey, so I would presume, but I don't know for sure for State Department and for the passport.
And then the other question is any of that information, could it be made transparent? Because in the private sector, it's not only, these are underlying the very idea of sending employees remote, is that you have to have these tools in place. Otherwise, employees are really not managed. And if you have these tools in place, then the transparency is the final part. And the goal is, are you making this information transparent? Are the taxpayers able to see what are the satisfaction scores? What is the ticket turnaround time? What is the average wait time?
Well, what I can do, Congressman, is certainly take this back to our colleagues at OMB because they manage performance.gov, where there are a number of metrics that are out for public purview. And certainly we have a customer experience executive order, which is also setting a certain standard that OMB helps coordinate. So I'd be happy to take that back as well, the request that you've made.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Director, thank you so much for appearing before us. I just want to first start off just by addressing some of the comments that were made earlier in the committee, and really the shameful attack on trans kids and families that we saw that happened earlier today. And it's also really disturbing to see that so much energy is spent by the Republican conference attacking and bullying these families. Now, I'm grateful personally that there is some level of gender-affirming care that's accessible to federal employees through their insurance plans. And I served personally as mayor of my city for 8 years prior to coming to Congress. I had 6,000 city employees. They were incredibly hardworking folks. I'm proud that they were represented. And I was also grateful that we were able to work with different insurance plans, that those employees also were able to receive gender-affirming care through decisions made between the doctors and the employees. We know that issues and support around trans-inclusive healthcare is made between doctors and patients, not between employers, in this case the federal government, and those patients. So I think it's really important to clarify that, and I appreciate your answers earlier today. And just to make it even more clear for our other colleagues here in the committee, does the federal government directly recommend gender-affirming care to its employees?
Congressman, thank you for that question. As a part of our communication with healthcare carriers, we have encouraged that they cover gender-affirming care, and that if an employee seeks to get that care, that is being made available to a whole set of, we have 80-plus carriers to ensure that they have those services available to them.
That's exactly right, and it's not, and those are the services as part of the insurance plan, but the decision to get affirming care is made directly between the doctor. And I think that's important to clarify because I think there's this misconception that somehow the federal government is directing folks to receive certain types of care. And as a personnel professional, which you are, is it your opinion, which it certainly was mine as mayor, that the only folks that should be making any decision about trans-inclusive healthcare, gender-affirming care, should be directly doctors or healthcare professionals to those employees?
I do.
Well, thank you. I think that's really critical to clarify. I think that these constant attacks on this community is something that is quite disgusting that we find not just in this committee, but also in the rest of the Congress. So with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Yield. Would my friend yield?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. I want to second what he just said. And Ms. Ahuja, to make the point here, I said in my opening statement, but perhaps you can reaffirm it, the Federal Employee Health Benefit Program, which you manage, you oversee, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it extends to 8 million people, is that correct?
A little over 8 million, yes.
Little over 8 million people. And you've got over 80 vendors, providers.
Carriers, yes.
Each of which has multiple offerings.
They do. They have different geographic regions.
Right. So to get in the business of telling OPM, provide this, don't provide that, legislatively, is a strange kind of mission for us to play, it seems to me, given the enormous number of people you serve, the complexity and diversity of that number, and your goal is to try to provide the widest array of services that might be needed at the most reasonable cost. Is that not your mission?
It's true. We're the largest employer-sponsored healthcare program in the country, but we contract with private healthcare companies.
Right.
Yes.
So I might not think it's a good idea for somebody to have, I don't know, cosmetic surgery. But I'm not going to legislate that because it happens not to be my choice or even a choice I approve of. That's not really my role here. It is to protect that workforce and to provide them with the best quality care we can, understanding that we can't anticipate every need, nor should we judge every need, it seems to me. And I think that's really the mission of OPM, and to ask otherwise is to impose on you a judgmental role, a kind of substantive role that is really not appropriate for OPM. Your comments in the last 5 seconds.
Thank you, Congressman. We certainly want to ensure that we're providing the most comprehensive services, and similar to ensuring telehealth, COVID-19 vaccine protections, maternal health, this is a part of the package of what we provide federal employees to ensure that they feel that they're getting the benefits that they deserve, but also they consider the federal government a good place to work.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ahuja, what is your mission at OPM?
Sorry about that, just looking across the room.
You're good. What is your mission?
So thank you for the question. Our mission is to be, really, we're the HR arm of the federal government and being a strategic human capital leader to support federal agencies and also benefits for employees.
So basically your job is to make sure that the federal employees are healthy, happy, hardworking, have the resources they need to do their job. Fair?
Well, we do our best to kind of set the broader kind of framework, but a lot of that is managed at the agency level as well.
Okay, so we have a health care crisis in this country. We spend twice as much as the average country. Our obesity rate is actually 3 times the average. 42% of Americans are obese. And that costs us trillions and trillions of dollars in both lost work hours because of health concerns. During COVID, it was the #1 indicator of your likelihood to succumb to COVID. So it's a problem. And I think it's interesting, the previous congressman was talking about the transgender concern, and I'm looking at your federal benefits highlight for this year, and if you take out the intro page and a couple of the graphs and lists, it's really about 6 pages long. You spend 1 sentence on obesity, and page and a half, about 20% of the entire thing is on transgender affirming care. So I guess Do you see that as, I think that's a problem. I mean, trillions of dollars are going, and let's go back. Again, 42% of Americans are obese. Let's just assume of the 8 million that number translates. Some studies say it's actually higher. 0.3% individuals in this country identify as transgender. So there's a resource issue here. We need to be facilitating health and wellness. We need to be fighting obesity. And again, it's one sentence versus almost 20% of the entire federal benefits open season highlights. Is that a problem?
Well, Congressman, I do want to just emphasize here that we have had a significant focus on helping employees manage obesity for a number of years. It's in prior call letters and built out, so we carry it forward every year. So some years it may not have as much of a presence, but we've put a significant focus on specialized medications. We've focused on other areas as well. So just to assure you on obesity, we have had a significant emphasis on that particular issue.
So the one sentence you have in here is about anti-obesity medications and how they have to have adequate coverage. But I think the general consensus is that diet and exercise is generally the best way to fight the obesity epidemic. Do y'all have health and wellness programs? Do you facilitate individuals making healthier eating decisions? Do you facilitate allowing them to appropriately exercise? Are there programs like this that y'all facilitate?
Well, I can't speak to what's the most appropriate way to manage weight or obesity.
Well, the American way is to take a pill for everything, so and that doesn't seem to be going very well.
Well, we have a broader part of OPM which is focused on wellness. In many ways, we focus on the Employee Assistance Program, which has been around for quite some time. There's been more of an emphasis on mental health counseling, and so that's been a focus as well.
Do you think that OPM could create best practice health and wellness program that could be pushed down to your agencies? Is this something that Congress could help you with?
We have certainly been talking about, among other agency HR officials, about what would be helpful, and there is an interest certainly and a focus on mental health, so we would appreciate the partnership with Congress.
There's a program on Capitol Hill. It's coming out next few weeks. You get basically a Fitbit, and you have to log hours, and it's a competition between the House and the Senate in each office. I mean, something like that could be effective in agencies. Could OPM look into something like that?
Well, I will say that there's a lot of activities happening across the agencies that I may not know about, so it's not something where we would coordinate a one-size-fits-all. What we are doing specifically in wellness is around really in the mental health space, where we're trying to set some standards and encourage really a wholesale change in how we're supporting the employee assistance programs, which are in every agency.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Ranking Member Connolly.
Gentleman yields.
I thank my friend from New York. We keep hearing stories about from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle about the need to show up for work, return to pre-pandemic telework levels because of processing backlogs at certain federal agencies. But I think it's important to remind ourselves of a little context. For example, passport services, which I would point out does not allow its staff to telework. They talk about backlogs at IRS, an agency that was starved for almost a decade by my friends on the other side of the aisle, such that they're still using 60-year-old legacy systems, IT systems. They've had trouble replacing retirees or employees who leave, let alone getting ready to hire the next generation of employees. They talk about access to veterans records at the National Archives and Records Administration. Those records, we're talking about, are stored at the National Personnel Records Center. They're vital to veterans, proving that they qualify for medical treatment, homeless shelter access, and burial sites. Each year, NPRC receives 1.1 million requests, and that's about 4,000 per day. During the pandemic, access to those paper records was curtailed because staff were getting ill. By March of 2022, the records backlog stood at 604,000. Many of my friends on this dais are aware that this committee, on a bipartisan basis, came together to try to address that problem. And through our support for the TMF, the Technology Modernization Fund, an idea that came out of this committee, we encouraged the leadership at NARA to apply for a TMF grant. They did. And guess what? They got $9.1 million, and they reduced the backlog by 33% as of today, and going down. So, Ms. Ahuja, you have a backlog at OPM in your retirement services processing, as we've discussed, Mr. Biggs brought up. Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And is that backlog because so many employees are teleworking? What's causing that backlog?
Well, it's been from a number of years of underfunding within retirement services. I think, as you've spoken to, Congressman Connolly, the period of time that we lost when there were efforts to dissolve the agency certainly had a huge impact on retirement services. We have not had the investments around staffing and also doing the modernization efforts that we're now doing that's going to take time. I will say, though, that even with the surge in retirement, we have, with situational telework, with folks in the office, it's a paper-based process. We have actually improved processing. The size of actually the number of cases that we've processed, we've actually improved that by 20%. So we've brought the inventory down. So we've done that even with employing workplace flexibilities with some in-office time and some telework.
And hopefully, I mean, I would echo what Mr. Biggs says, because I get it, as you might imagine. I represent a lot of federal employees and would-be retirees, and we get a lot of concerns and complaints about the backlog, because that backlog translates into income for families, right? If they're retiring December 31 and they haven't been processed come January 1, they can go months without a paycheck or a retirement check. Can you just describe, in the 56 seconds I've got left, what kind of prioritization are you putting on eating into that backlog and trying to make sure people are whole when, in fact, they retire in a timely fashion?
Absolutely. So we have a number of efforts in place to manage the backlog, but even with that, like I mentioned, we're making progress. We've brought the inventory down by 12,000. I do want to give this data point to the committee. 50% of our cases are processed in less than 60 days. So we've done a fast track, Tiger teams, overtime. The challenge becomes when we have these more complex cases that extend out our timeline to 90 days or close to 90 days. And that is also an area that we're focused on. But truly, Congressman, it's been the challenge around resources. We're grateful for that support. I would also say that the other efforts we're focused on is the IT modernization. We're working on an online retirement application we're going to launch later this year, a pilot, a chat box, an annuity calculator. There's a number of efforts because of the support of this Congress to allow us to start to make those investments.
Thank you, and I thank Mr. Goldman for yielding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. In President Biden's 2022 State of the Union, he declared that it's time for the American people to get back to work. People working from home can feel safe again and begin to return to their offices. Yet this has not happened for federal workers in the federal government. According to an article in October of 2022, just last year, in the Federal Times, it was said that only 1/3 of federal employees have returned to work since the start of the pandemic, and far fewer in the D.C. metro area. OPM obviously issued guidance in the 2021 Guide to Telework and Remote Work in the federal government, even though certain agencies rely on paper copies only accessible in the physical building. For example, the National Personnel Records Center went full remote despite the fact that all records are on paper. In fact, MPRC's extended telework policy, based on the guidance, pushed a backlog to grow to more than 600,000. Director, was there any consideration in the guidance for specific agencies and the missions that they have when talking about telework?
Well, Congressman, a part of the guidance is that agencies are the best positioned to determine what workplace arrangement is going to work And we've, like I've been mentioning here to this committee, we've been very clear since before reentry that agencies have to ensure they have the right workplace arrangement in order to ensure good customer service and that they're delivering on their mission. So that is not something that we can dictate to agencies. It's the 2.1 million, more than 2.1 million, and there's so many different occupations in government. It's impossible to say that these are the areas. We need to be able to entrust our agency partners. They know the work the best to determine what's going to be the best arrangement.
So OPM would never, you issue, I would say, blanket guidance for all agencies, but not specific to that agency's individual requirements.
That's correct.
Do you think that, does OPM recognize the challenges associated with remote work?
Well, we certainly understand that there are challenges with with management, and that's why we've put together a government-wide training for managers on how to manage in a hybrid work environment that's actually focused on performance. That particular training, we provide resources. We issued a memo earlier this week. We have a website with resources and other support. We provide technical assistance. So we do understand, but there's been a lot of benefits as well.
Right. So, but you understand, though, at least from a concept standpoint, in your own guidance, that there are challenges associated with remote work from an accountability standpoint. I think you even issue that in the guidance somewhere in there. Let me see here, page 65. That there are challenges associated from an accountability standpoint with remote work. Is that correct?
Well, we come from the perspective of there's accountability whether you're in the office or whether you're remote or telework, and we want to ensure that there is an emphasis, of course, on performance management, but as well that there are, it's a balance again, Congressman, on ensuring that you're providing workplace flexibilities that we know employees want, because oftentimes there is the fear of losing individuals. And having to compete in the private sector, but also as well ensuring that that agencies have the tools and the resources to be able to manage their employees. So it is an emphasis on both.
What do you think some of the challenges of remote work are from an agency perspective?
Well, I think it's requiring managers to manage differently. And listen,
But there's also a manager monitoring their employees' conduct and progress on whatever they're working on. There's an accountability component to that too. There's a challenge. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your...
Would you agree that I mean, in your own guidance, let me just pull it up. This is probably easier. It says, to some degree, remote work may pose a greater challenge for effective performance management of remote workers for supervisors to successfully navigate within the structures and procedures, yada, yada, yada. So within your own guidance, you acknowledge that remote work poses greater challenges to those management, I gotta say upper-level management, in supervising the work of their subordinates.
Well, the way I'd like to explain that particular part of the report is that it is requiring a different set of tools and a different way of managing that we're not used to. I mean, we want to ensure managers have those tools.
Right. Obviously, people have had challenges with this. Obviously, we have just highlighted NPRC's challenge. To your knowledge, has anyone ever been terminated or disciplined for abuse of remote work procedures within their agency?
I wouldn't have that information, Congressman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Gomez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start on my question, I do want to focus on just all the comments that have been made regarding gender-affirming care and the transgender community. And the reason why is that, this, I think, is a deliberate attack on this community. It's not just in this committee. It's in the Budget Committee. It's in Appropriations. It's in floor speeches. It is a concerted strategy by the Republican majority to scapegoat this community. And they're just being, in my opinion, bullies, right? You're picking a fight literally with one of the most marginalized, one of the most discriminated groups in our country. That's who they're picking a fight with. They're picking a fight with the transgender community, who has one of the highest rates of suicide. It has one of the highest rates of unemployment. It has one of the highest rates of poverty, and it has one of the highest rates of homelessness. But yet, you know what? That's where we should focus our attention. But that's not going to create a single job. That's not going to put people back to work or lift up our communities. You're just doing this in order to score political points for the 2024 elections. That's it. And so I find it personally offensive when they continuously go after this community. You're not being tough. You're not being patriots. You're being bullies. And I think that they need to stop. And we're going to keep taking them head on. So one of the questions, I want to focus on how do we retain workforce? Because that's what it's about. And I know there are concerns about telework, but even the private sector, my colleagues love to say that they're champions of the private sector, but even the private sector knows in order to compete with amongst each other and also get employees, they have to adopt new policies that meet the demands and the preferences of a workforce that's changing, right? So that's from telework, but also to paid family leave and childcare. I started a dad's caucus to focus on those issues, but I focus on paid family leave from back when my days when I was in the state legislature. Why? Because when I grew up, my parents working 4 to 5 jobs a week without health insurance. It couldn't take me to the hospital when it was needed. And I ended up spending about 7 days in the hospital with pneumonia. And because my parents took shifts off from work and lost that income and the hospital bills, we almost bankrupted my family. And that is something, and we didn't have paid family leave then, and we don't have it now. But in 2019, Congress passed the Federal Employee Pay Leave Act, which did ensure the nation's public servants had access to paid leave following the birth or adoption of a child. And this is something that, spared them the decision, do I give up my paycheck or do you guys use my vacation time or sick time in order to take time off to bond with that new child or adopt a child? I know that it can be life-changing. So one of the things I want to know is how did it impact in that short period of time having paid family leave for the federal branch? I believe we need to mark up comprehensive paid family leave for Federal Employees Act, and we need to do a national paid leave program for everybody. But Director, my question is, what benefits have you seen from the implementation of the paid parental leave for federal employees? And how would expanding access to paid caregiving and medical leave benefit the federal workforce?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. Part of one of our goals at OPM and really across government with our agency partners is to make every federal job a good job. And that includes pay, benefits, the right set of policies that you've mentioned. I will say with the paid parental leave, we do a biannual survey that has documented that because of parental leave for women under the age of 40, it was a high consideration. It was an important factor in them staying in the federal government. So that is an important data point that I saw that I took back and said, okay, we are moving in the right direction. I'll also say that we have a workforce where less than 7% of our workforce is under the age of 30. So if we think about, we want to bring in the next generation, we want to attract early career talent, we want to have the policies in place that are ones that they want to see as an employer. This is an important effort, I think, to continue to attract both early career talent, but also see the individuals in our organizations that want to stay because of the policies that we have.
It is one of the major issues on how do we compete for that talent. The private sector is ahead of us, but there are other issues like affordable childcare that we have to look at, just not even for retaining talent, but economic growth in the country as a whole. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Mace, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. And quite honestly, Director Ahuja, I don't know where to start today. You can't or won't answer our questions, or maybe you're ignoring me right now as I'm speaking to you. You can or won't answer questions about whether or not the federal government funds sex change surgery on kids. Some on the left are calling that gender-affirming care. Quite frankly, it's worse than that. There's no scientific data to support it. And just because someone doesn't agree with chopping off the private parts of a 15-year-old doesn't mean we are bullying children. I find it ridiculous. Do whatever you want to do as an adult, but by God, don't do it to our kids. And I find it offensive that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are calling us bullies because we don't want to chop off the breasts of a 15-year-old girl, and we certainly don't want the federal government funding it. You can or won't answer questions on how many federal employees work from home. You are the director of the Office of Personnel Management. I don't know how. You don't know the answer to this question. You have obfuscated today. You can't even tell us the most basic data about how many federal employees worked from home before COVID, during COVID, and now after COVID. Like, why are you here if you can't even answer our questions? You can answer questions all day long related to DEI, but you hide behind you won't answer questions about bargaining agreements. You just hide behind them and won't answer those questions. Do you know what happens when you have a job in the private sector and you don't show up? What happens?
Congresswoman, I don't quite understand the question.
You're the director of the Office of Personnel Management, and you don't know in the private sector if you don't show up to work, you know what happens? You get fired. Like, how do you oversee federal employees, and you can't even answer the simplest, most basic questions here today? Like, why are you here if you can't answer our questions? Why are you here if you can't or won't answer our questions?
Congresswoman, I am trying my best to...
You're not. You're obfuscating. You're filibustering. You're refusing to answer the most basic of questions that the taxpayers, quite frankly, on both sides of the aisle, deserve to hear. Federal employees are not showing up to work. That is a fact. You're physically here today, but you are not actually showing up to work because you're not answering any of our questions. So I would like to know, my second question, why the director of the Office of Personnel Management doesn't know what's happening with federal employees.
Well, Congresswoman, I do take issue with that characterization. I've shared a lot today on our guidance, our processes, how we're supporting agencies, whether it's telework, remote work, the benefits.
You haven't. Do you think the American taxpayers who sign the front of your paycheck, do you think that they deserve answers?
We serve
Do you think
the
they
American
deserve to
public,
know how many
Congresswoman.
people aren't showing up to work? Do the American taxpayers deserve to know that answer?
Well, Congresswoman, our employees show up every day, and
They
have.
don't. They absolutely do not. And there's data showing that and supporting that. We've mentioned that data today, and you've ignored it. And in fact, you're not telling the truth. Cybersecurity is very important to this committee. I'm going to move on to another subject. Cybersecurity is very important to this committee. I had a hearing yesterday as a subcommittee chairman of technology and cybersecurity on oversight. We had a hearing with Dr. Eric Schmidt and others from MIT on AI. Do you know how many of our IT workers in the federal workforce are over the age of 60?
I don't know that exact number, but I know we trend within the cyber IT workforce.
Do you know how
as an
many
older
of our
workforce.
federal employees in the IT space and our federal workforce are under the age of 30?
I believe it's 4% or a little less than 4%.
Correct, it's just under 4%. Did you know that there are 4 times as many IT workers over the age of 60 than IT workers under the age of 30?
I do know we swing in a
Yes or
certain
no?
direction.
That wasn't a filibustering question, yes or no? Did you know that?
I knew about the...
Yes or no? Answer the question. It's a simple question. So my last question to you is, what are you doing to reform the hiring process to take on these jobs when all these individuals retire who are over the age of 60?
Thank you for that question. We actually have a robust cyber talent management plan that we are looking to submit to Congress very soon that is going to focus on hiring flexibilities and other efforts across government, similar to what we've done with DOD and DHS. It is about increase in pay, other flexibilities, so we can bring in cyber talent.
Does that include education as well? Because there are a lot of IT workers that don't need a four-year college degree to do those jobs.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Does that include education considerations? Like you don't need a four-year degree to be a computer IT engineer?
No, absolutely. We have a whole effort around skills-based hiring, and the IT cyber community is a perfect example of it. Doesn't matter like where you get your skills or whether you got a particular degree or education, but actually that you have those skills.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mace. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Director Ahuja, last Congress, I was pleased to be part of the bipartisan coalition to help bring about passage of the Postal Service Reform Act. As you know, that legislation requires employees, dependents, and retirees of the Postal Service obtain health insurance coverage through the Postal Service Health Benefits Program by 2025. Is OPM on track to implement the Postal Service Health Benefits Program by 2025 as required by law?
Thank you for that question. We are certainly on track. It's a very aggressive timeline, Congresswoman, but we are we'll be issuing an interim final rule in April that is really going to govern the entire program. We just put on the street an RFP for the entire IT infrastructure to manage enrollment and eligibility. So we're meeting our performance metrics on this particular pretty sizable effort within our agency.
Do you have any serious concerns about the implementation?
Well, like I mentioned, we're managing in a very aggressive timeline, and we will do our best to get the basic requirements up for postal reform and then add to that. I do want to mention, Congresswoman, that we will be coming back in our FY24 budget, which was already anticipated.
That was my next question.
Okay.
Can you provide us with an estimate of the annual cost to administer this program?
Yes, I can. I know the particulars are in the budget that haven't been officially released, but we have laid them out.
Okay. All right. Will you also provide us with an estimate of how many staff will need to be hired to implement the program?
Yes, we would be able to do that.
Good. As this committee knows all too well, new programs must have proper oversight and safeguards in place so that they do not become rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. GAO recently highlighted significant concerns about waste, fraud, and abuse in FEHB enrollments. How will OPM make sure that these same issues are not carried over into the Postal Service Health Benefits Program?
I appreciate that question, Congresswoman. I do want to mention one thing that is distinctive with the FEHB program that will not be with the Postal Health Benefits Program is that the FEHB program has been a decentralized program for 60-plus years, meaning that every agency manages the enrollment of their employees. And so while we have issued guidance and communication to agencies to manage eligibility, it is a challenge from our end because it's decentralized. The Postal Service Health Benefits is actually going to centralize that enrollment, and we see it as a test case for what we would like to actually incorporate with the FEHB to manage improper payments.
Well, that is also a question that I have. Will you be able to apply any lessons learned with the implementation and creation of the Postal Service Health Benefits Program to improve FEHB?
Oh, absolutely. I think we're really taking from the things that we'd like to improve with FEHB and incorporating them in the Postal Service Health Benefits Program, such as centralized enrollment, being able to check eligibility. We'll have a decision support tool that will be much more customer friendly. These are all the things that we would then, Congresswoman, like to take back and make those improvements with the support of Congress.
Well, I've heard, I haven't been here for the whole hearing, but I've heard enough from my colleagues to know that they have shared with you the frustrations all of us have about the incredible backlogs and delays in response to requests, including congressional casework. So I'm going to give you a chance again to talk about what OPM is doing to alleviate delays and backlogs in response times and congressional casework, because this is not the way a federal agency should work, and I support my colleagues in saying these employees need to be back in their offices answering calls from constituents.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. I've said also here today that I've given a lot of attention to retirement services. I said this during my confirmation that I'm focused on it. We have a number of efforts underway around improving the inventory, which we have been able to bring the inventory down and actually improve the number of cases that we've processed by 20%, which hopefully you've heard that.
We don't, 20% when it's nothing isn't anything. I mean, if you're improving from such a low bar, so we don't want to hear about improving percentages when the bar was set so low. Just tell people to come back to work and answer the needs of the constituents. They need to be in their offices, just like Ms. Mace was saying. If you don't show up in the private sector, you lose your job. And that's what should happen in the public sector. It's hardworking taxpayer dollars that are hiring these people who refuse to come back to work. Fire them if they don't come back to work. My time is up. I now recognize Mr. Burchett. I'm sorry.
Yep. Sorry, he showed up.
Oh, yeah, they told me nobody was going to show up.
I know.
All right.
Just doing it.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Director Ahuja, thank you very much for your willingness to testify and to help this committee with its work. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the use of telework in the federal government. In April of 2021, a McKinsey report found that 48% of the federal workforce would actually like to work telework full-time, while 86% of the entire U.S. workforce would like at least one day of telework per week as we continue moving on from the pandemic. And a 2022 FlexJobs Career Pulse survey, 65% of the respondents reported that they prefer to work telework full-time, and 32% of the respondents reported that they prefer a hybrid work environment, working both in the office and telework. Flexible workplace policies are not new to the federal government. For many years, federal agencies have used telework. However, in 2020, it was recorded that only 3% of federal employees were teleworking daily. I was wondering, last year during your testimony before the Subcommittee on Government Operations, you stated, quote, "I think we've learned that employees really do want to be able to have the flexibility to manage their personal responsibilities and exercise telework option." Is there any evidence that telework or remote jobs are attracting applicants? Is that an incentive that we're using in our hiring model? Is there a difference, for example, in how many individuals apply to jobs advertised as telework or remote work eligible when compared to those that were not? And how does telework increase the federal government's ability to compete for the top talent that is out there?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. I had mentioned earlier that we've done a study on remote job announcements over the last 6 months of 2020, and it showed an incredible uptick in applications for those remote positions. It included a significant number of military spouses who applied. It represented 37 states over 7 states if you just listed a specific duty location. So it's truly expanded our already pretty expansive geographic footprint, and it's allowed us to bring the diversity of perspectives, making sure that we're providing the opportunity for a federal job really no matter where you might be in the country. I will say that it has also allowed us to, compete. We know, like you mentioned, there are studies out there that this is a priority, and we want to make sure that we can pull in. I just In the prior question, cyber IT is a huge area where we leave a lot of jobs on the table. And in this case, now we've got the tech layoffs. We've been doing a huge push to bring in this tech talent. They are, frankly, the ones leading the way on the workplace flexibilities that they want. And so we have to be able to accommodate, if we can't always accommodate on pay for certain occupations.
Right, and I'm curious, when we first approached the subject of telework in the federal workforce, there was some apprehension about losing the physical control of employees. Do we have any data on productivity and retention and performance with respect to employees that are operating remotely?
Well, I do know, Congressman, that is those are efforts that have been happening and underway agency by agency, that they are managing the data around performance metrics, whether it's tied to someone's performance plan or something they've set for the entire organization. I will say that in the FEVs, there are a number of questions where you will see teleworkers score higher on their responses to their agency being more effective and performing at a certain level, so I do think there is a correlation between high employee engagement scores and high productivity and high performance. An engaged employee is someone who's committed to that agency and who will perform no matter where they might be.
Yeah. Okay. Madam Chair, my time has expired, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ahuja, I say that name right?
You did.
All right, thank you. What percentage or number of OPM staff are currently assigned to work remotely?
So we have about 70% coming into the office with a mix of full-time in-person and telework arrangement, and about a little less than 30% remote.
30%, okay. If you send an email to a member of your team and they fail to respond for months until you've sent at least 2 subsequent emails, would you find that acceptable?
I would not.
Would it be acceptable for it to take 4 months for you to get a response to an email?
I would not.
Why then does my caseworker who handles OPM issues consistently report that it takes months and months and multiple emails in order to get someone from your legislative affairs team to respond to her emails?
Well, if you're speaking about retirement services, Congressman, that is not the customer service that we want to have on display.
Well, you've got to understand our frustration. I mean, this one young lady who works in my office, she continuously complains about that, and I wish you all could fix that. I guess, surely you're aware that every member of Congress has a team of caseworkers whose job it is to help their constituents to navigate the federal bureaucracy and that network and to seek resolution to issues they face.
I'm aware, yes.
Would you agree that the federal government operated, if the federal government operated more efficiently, Congress wouldn't need to have so many taxpayer-funded caseworkers to help them fix the mess-ups in the federal government? I mean, literally, that is their full-time job, is just dealing with the mess-ups that are in there.
Well, I take issue with the characterization, but if the larger point is, that at times, and I was a constituent service rep for a member of Congress early in my career, so I understand the importance of them being a conduit and managing the bureaucracy and making figuring out who to talk to in an agency.
I get that, but it's just not acceptable. I think we need to get people back to work, as mentioned before, in the office. The idea that the federal government can operate from people's apartments or their back porches or parents' basement, to me, is bogus. If the federal government was more efficient, then the taxpayers, the everyday Americans, wouldn't have to deal with the headaches at the VA, the State Department, or at your agency, Director Ahuja. Director, at the very agency responsible for issuing personnel policies for the entire federal government is run so poorly that it takes congressional offices months, and I mean months, to even get a response to an email, how can we possibly begin to trust and the OPM to make decisions that are in the interest of the American taxpayer?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate your frustration, and we certainly want to address the particular issue that you mentioned and set a standard for customer service. We've actually improved on our customer service surveys, the one that GSA issues. We are certainly working to make strides in other areas. I hope that you would have the confidence that we have a commitment to the federal workforce and to supporting agencies, which we've done through surge hiring, ensuring that we have benefits that are affordable and comprehensive, that we can ensure that we stay competitive, especially around cyber and IT talent. These are all the things that we would love to work with you in partnership, because we do think, especially IT security, cybersecurity in the federal government is absolutely important. And if we have 2,500 jobs over a few years that never get filled, that's a challenge that we should care about. And so I look forward to sharing our cyber talent proposal with you and others to work in partnership. So I hope that you see this as a partnership. We may not agree on everything, but in some ways, what you all are talking about with telework and remote work, we have individuals, like I mentioned, who spend considerable time in the office. I didn't have the data before, but FY21, our FY21 telework report, which was issued at the end of last year, includes 47% of our federal employees that do some in-person time and also telework. So again, we want to balance here, staying competitive, giving
Yes, ma'am.
flexibility.
I understand that. I'm running out of time, but the point is the accountability. You know, I know literally multi-millionaires who go to work every day. They work in a cubicle next to the people in their businesses, and the reason they're in that cubicle is because they can have eye-to-eye contact and there's an accountability. There is zero accountability when someone is not in the office. I appreciate all these studies that you all have done, and by fellow government, you know, it's kind of like, and we're talking about you're trusting somebody's integrity that maybe doesn't have integrity that's doing this testing. So I question all of that. And when I have constituents on the other end of the line that are in a desperate situation that cannot get an answer, ma'am, that is pitiful, and it needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ahuja, thank you for being here today. The Office of Personnel Management serves as the chief human resources agency for the entirety of the federal government, supporting a workforce of approximately 2.1 million people. It suffices to say the policies and protocols of the OPM have far-reaching implications over the day-to-day endeavors of the federal civilian workforce. So, I was alarmed when I learned of OPM's January 31st rulemaking entitled Federal Suitability and Fitness, and your agency's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Manifesto published February 15th. When it comes to federal hiring practices, you and other OPM decision makers seem determined on sacrificing mediocrity for a litmus test with a political agenda. Your agency's budget justification for FY23 even lists fostering a diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible workplace as its second highest strategic priority, above other directives such as building the skills of the federal workforce and attracting skilled talent. How can Americans have faith in their government when its HR agency prioritizes DEI initiatives over the skill set of their workforce?
I'm sorry, Congressman, would you repeat that question, please?
How can the Americans have faith in their government when its HR agency prioritizes DEI initiatives over the skill set of the workforce?
Congressman, I assure you that there are a number of priorities that we list as top priorities and that are a focus of our agency. We've been spending quite a bit of time on skills-based hiring.
But you listed diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible workplace above building the skills of the federal workforce and attracting skilled talent. Your agency requested over $415 million in discretionary spending alone. But frankly, I'm not certain I can trust your agency's discretion with the Americans' hard-earned tax dollars. I believe in competency over quotas. The federal workforce should be comprised of our nation's best and brightest, not hindered by reductionist hiring practices predicated on one's demographics or political beliefs. I'm sure some of my Republican colleagues may also take issue with OPM standards of employment, so rather than belabor the point, I'd like to turn your attention to another issue: the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program. Billions of dollars in drug spending annually contribute to FEHB cost and premium growth, weighing heavily on the federal budget. I understand that OPM has previously directed carriers to offer pharmaceutical cost transparency tools as a service enhancement, but also perhaps to achieve incremental savings through smarter consumer behavior. Have you considered placing more emphasis here, given the enormous spend and waste attributed to pharmaceuticals? For example, have you considered being more prescriptive to carriers as far as what a tool like this should ideally look like to achieve true maximum savings?
Congressman, I appreciate that question. I don't feel at this time I have enough details to be able to give you an appropriate response, but I would be happy to take your question back to the team and follow up.
I would appreciate that. I'm aware of third-party drug cost transparency and decision-making support tools in the market, and I think this is a topic worth exploring if we could communicate with your office and get some more detail on it. I would very much appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Would my friend just yield for one thing on FEHBP?
Of course.
I thank my friend. Ms. Ahuja, you're going to get heat today, and you've gotten some. But I do an annual open season town hall for my constituents. It's attended by hundreds of people, federal employees and retirees. And I just want to say, with respect to FEHBP, you've been sending, I think, the head guy. He's been outstanding. He's given his personal cell phone number to hundreds of people at this meeting, and it's live streamed. He's answered all questions. He's followed up, I really want to commend you for that kind of service. Hopefully, we can replicate that in other services provided by OPM. But on that one, I have to say, and that's been a number of years now, he and OPM have done a really great job, and I thank you. Thank you for yielding.
Of course, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questions. Director, again, we thank you for being here. On January 23rd, I sent you a letter in response to a report that GAO released in December, again, talking about the billions of dollars of ineligible payments made through the Federal Employees Health Benefit Plan. A lot of our members have mentioned that. According to our research, the ineligible payments was documented by the OPM's IG in 2018 with estimates as high as between $1 and $3 billion annually. Now, how was this issue not raised with Congress sooner?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. Well, we have been focused on this issue. It's a very decentralized health benefits program, and we've been working with agencies and carriers to be able to ensure that we manage any ineligibility.
Is the problem fixed, or is this going to continue to be? Are these payments to ineligible employees going to continue to happen? Do we know?
Well, we are working through. Actually, we've created a master enrollment index that will focus on actually determining, now that we have the data, where there might be discrepancies in the enrollment from agencies and from carriers, and that's going to be a way forward. Our challenge, frankly, Chairman, has been that this particular department has been under-resourced. Certainly the prior years were challenging, and that this audit was going to be 3 times the budget of this particular office. So we were certainly navigating those issues as well and figuring out a solution.
Well, the committee's made several document requests, as was included in the letter. Can we have a commitment from you that you will work with us to ensure that we receive the documents in a timely manner? Because this is a big issue for this committee that we are looking into.
Certainly, Chairman, and my understanding is our team is also going to be setting up some time and to also speak more fully about this.
Then on the telework issue, I think we've been very clear on this side of the aisle. not happy with the performance of the federal government, especially when you deal with what our caseworkers deal with every day. You know, for those of us who have been here pre-COVID and post-COVID, there's a difference. There's a difference with the Social Security Administration. There's a difference with the State Department. There's a difference with VA. There's a difference with the IRS. There's a difference with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and I know that agency very well. And from who we talk to and the research that we've done, we believe that that's because there's a significant number of employees who are teleworking. So obviously, we would love to see some research and data from OPM regarding the impact of telework in the federal government. Is that something you're doing? Because the reason we passed the Show Up Act, which, as you know, would take the telework numbers back to pre-pandemic levels, which was around 21% of the federal workforce was working telework pre-pandemic, is we didn't ever see a plan from the Biden administration as to why this person was teleworking and this person wasn't, whether or not this plan was saving money or improving efficiency, when they were going to go back to work, if they were going to go back to work, you know, no plan. And it was very concerning because we have to deal with we have to answer to our constituents, and it's been very difficult doing casework. And we believe, because there's a significant number of federal employees who aren't working. I don't quote Bloomberg very often, but I would like to enter into the record this Bloomberg story that says, Washington suffers as federal employees work from home. Without objection, so ordered. This is a big issue for the majority on this in this committee. Lastly, I want to mention postal reform, something Mr. Connolly and I worked very closely on and will continue to work closely on. Just wanted to ask about the Postal Service Health Benefits Program, which was established through the recent postal reform package signed into law last year. Based on what we know now, is OPM on track to implement these reforms by 2025, and why or why not?
We are, Chairman. I had mentioned to your colleague earlier that we have met our timeline in issuing an RFP on the major IT infrastructure that's going to support the centralized enrollment, which will actually also is going to be really a test case for what we'd like to do with FEHB around also managing improper payments to have that more centralized. We will be issuing an interim final rule in April, which is really going to manage, again, is going to govern the entire program. So those were two of the major milestones that we have met. As you know, you're a sponsor of the bill. Appreciate your support there. It's a huge effort. It's an aggressive timeline. We have to enroll a little less than 2 million individuals when we have this stood up. An example of the difference, when we have open season for FEHB, we usually just enroll 5% when either they're changing healthcare carriers. So it is a massive undertaking, and we hope to work in partnership with you and your colleagues.
Any information you can give us on that, we would appreciate, because we're going to have the Postmaster General in very soon, probably for a subcommittee hearing, just to give us a report. We've got a lot invested in this. We want to see some performance from him as well. Performance would, in my opinion, indicate cutting the losses and improving postal performance. So that's something I'll yield.
Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you, because I think you're going down the right track, and we need some sort of post-passage oversight hearings of that postal reform bill in terms of implementation.
Absolutely.
So I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you. My time's expired. I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes. Oh,
Chairman,
did you want to follow up? Yes.
Could I just mention, there is a great working relationship that we have with the U.S. Postal Service. It's been really hand in glove the entire time, just to let you know. That's an important working relationship that we have.
Okay, very good. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As federal employees, we owe it to the American people to do our jobs to the best of our ability. And after all, the taxpayers of this great country pay our salary, and they expect that we uphold our centuries-old agreement that we work for them. However, it seems to me that the Biden administration has forgotten about this. The Biden administration has put forth policy that has degraded the level of our once very high-performing and highly talented federal workforce in the name of woke policies. Director, yes or no, do you believe that there has been discrimination in the federal hiring process?
Congressman, that doesn't really lend to a yes or no answer. I wouldn't know how to answer that question.
Okay. Are you aware that President Biden issued Executive Order 14035 entitled The Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility in the Federal Workforce?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. Are you aware that this was passed to increase diversity and inclusion in the workplace?
Yes.
Okay. Concerns have been raised, however, that overly emphasizing DEIA principles could result in unequal treatment of federal workers or applicants merely on account of their race or sex, neither of which have anything to do with a person's ability to serve their country. Now, Director, would you agree that the federal government should attract talented individuals into federal service without regard to an applicant's immutable characteristics?
Absolutely. We at OPM uphold merit system principles, and that's a big part of ensuring merit-based hiring. I will say, just, Congressman, that in the executive order, we define diversity very broadly. It includes veterans, military spouses, individuals with disabilities, geographic representation. So when we talk about building the diversity in the federal government, it is with that lens.
Do you agree that it's essential that the federal government be able to attract top talent into federal service on behalf of the American people?
Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the statistics regarding federal government employee performance, like the fact that once an employee is beyond the first year of service, the chance of a federal employee being dismissed declined to 0.054%, or a 1 in 1,800 chance of being dismissed for cause?
You asked whether I was familiar?
Yes.
Could you repeat that point again, please?
That after a federal employee has passed their first year of service, that their chance of being dismissed declined to 0.054%, or a 1 in 1,800 chance of being dismissed for cause.
I wasn't familiar with that statistic.
Are you aware that former President Trump signed multiple executive orders which were intended to institute general workforce reforms, including some that increased the accountability of civil servants and others that strengthened discipline and removal procedures for poor performance in the workplace?
I'm familiar with those executive orders. I take issue with how they're being characterized, Congressman.
Okay. Are you aware that the Biden administration, through Executive Order 14003, rescinded those President Trump's executive orders calling for increased consequences for poor performance?
I'm familiar that we did rescind those executive orders with the purpose of rebuilding the relationships with our union partners. And also, I think, there is really a difference of opinion about how we should be tackling performance management in the federal government.
Well, Director, can we at least agree that our federal government needs the most talented employees that it can attract, regardless of race, gender, age, or identification?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that we owe the best service possible to the hardworking taxpayers of my congressional district and all the congressional districts of the nation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and this concludes our questions. And in closing, I want to thank you, Director, again for being in attendance today for this important and insightful testimony. We are going to follow up with a lot of questions. Several of our members asked questions that they weren't satisfied with the answers or want more detail. Obviously, any data you can get on teleworking and the postal reform, we would appreciate that too in our ongoing efforts for reform with those agencies. We're very concerned about the health benefit ineligibility payments that were sent out. So please keep us posted on that. With that and without objection, all members.
I just have some stuff.
You what?
I just have some stuff to put in the record.
Yeah, go ahead. I yield to ranking member.
I thank the chair, and I echo his sentiments. I look forward to follow-up. I will make the point I made a little earlier. When we talk about telework, there are two different things going on here. The frustration I think we're hearing from a lot of our colleagues is the aftermath of universal remote working in a pandemic. That is not a telework program. In fact, that began in almost chaos because there wasn't enough direction going out to federal agencies in terms of what do we do. And so I think rightfully so, my friends on this side of the aisle are saying, hey, when do we go back to work in a more normal style? And that's a fair question. And I think OPM has to reevaluate guidelines, especially in light of the fact that President Biden has said, I am vitiating the national emergency as of May. I think that then calls for new guidelines for personnel. But robust telework programs existed before the pandemic and will exist after the pandemic, and we want them. We want them well-managed, we want them overseen, we want them productive, we want them improving morale, and we want to use those programs as part of the toolkit when we're recruiting the next generation of federal employees who expect it because they get it in the private sector. So I just wanted to make that distinction because some of the conversation we've had today conflates the two, and they are different. Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence, I just want to ask unanimous consent to insert a number of statements into the record. Statement from the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO, remarks from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers, a letter from the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association, NARF, a letter from the Partnership for Public Service, a statement from a group comprised of the spouses of military service members, visual and written statements I've referenced already from Mika Cross, who wrote the Federal Workplace Report, a statement from Ms. Kate Lister, the President of Global Workplace Analytics, and with that,
without objection, so ordered.
And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member yields back. And just to touch on what he said on the telework, we would support telework.
Yes.
If we have evidence that it saves money and doesn't cost efficiency and productivity in the federal government. If telework is the way to go and it saves money and doesn't do anything to harm the productivity of the federal employees, we will go along with it. But then we're going to sell those buildings that are empty in downtown Washington, like the mayor, Mayor Bowser, has suggested, to try to save money, because we're serious about saving money. That's a big role this committee. We're looking for every way, shape, or form to save taxpayer dollars. So this is something that we're very concerned about that falls squarely under you. So we look forward to hearing back from you and working with you in the future. With that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witness, which will be forwarded to the witness for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.